Jesse. Where are you guys at? I had to do my reefer temp check. Be a short run today because it's only maybe 300 miles total from here to my receiver, and I'm just going to the TA in Morris. And I'm going to run the rest because it's not due until tomorrow morning at 3. So it's up in Batavia. So I'll just run from here to Morris. Hopefully get up there before the weather comes in because I'm expecting to get snowed on up there this afternoon. I'm going to get there early enough where I can beat the weather, stop and do another 10-hour break, and then run it in from only 40 miles away with a fresh clock, and have less weather to drive through too. They're expecting a pretty good amount of snow up there this over the next couple days, so yeah, gonna be some fun there. I'm not even gonna scale this thing. This thing is too light. The other guy's scale ticket was only 64,000 pounds or something like that. It's not, I'm not even wasting my time on that. His weights were. Is this one his? Yeah, this is his. So this is how he's scaled. The only 10,000 something on the steers, and then like 28.5 on the drives and 25.7 on the tandems. 64,280 gross. So pretty sure I'm not going to have to worry about being overweight. Looking at my load gauge too, it's only at just over 60. Now on a Freightliner, this would be slightly right at 34,000 or pushing the overweight, but my truck it's not overweight until it's up in the around 70. Check that I got the right trailer number. Yeah, I thought that was the right trailer number. See if they even put the trailer number on here at all. No, all they did is put the trailer license plate. Put his truck number and then look like the trailer's license plate info on there, and that's it. He picked it up in Yuma. I think that's where he said it got picked up at. I'm pretty sure he said he picked it up in Yuma, but it looked like bills say Tanny Murrah and Antle Incorporated. Of course, Salinas, and a lot of Yuma loads. This doesn't look like a normal Taylor Farms delivery, though. I don't know what. It's interesting. Yes. Check yeah, like normal. Temp. Yep, 36 continuous. Yeah, I was originally thinking I wasn't gonna stream tonight and that I was gonna run overnight, but decided on, his load's not due until tomorrow morning, so I'll just go ahead and get a good rest and head up there to after when I'll have more daytime to work with. Always a little bit of fun to try to find sometimes. I know JCT wants me to run it at 36. Okay, refrigeration required, maintain 34 to 36. Alright, good enough. So I'll just say 36 for both. 35.2, I think it was, and 34.3. Anyway, when I was sitting here doing a swap with the other driver last night, the guy was trying to back into the spot that we were actually standing in to park, because the landing gear on this trailer is on the passenger side, not the driver's side. So anyway, the guy was trying to park in a spot right here next to where my trailer's at now. My truck was still hooked up to the trailer I brought here, which is directly to the left of me. But anyway, this guy tries to nose in. You see that truck there with the guy at the light on? He's in his truck right now. He wasn't there, but the guy tried to nose into the spots up there. You know, and it was very similar to what you see now, where there were open spots. But he didn't get the angle on it that he needed. And what ended up happening, it's not the same truck, but see where the Royal truck is? Or actually, yeah. Oh no, it was 2 spots over from that one. Okay, because the spot next to where I'm at now was vacant. The spot next to it, there was a bobtail in there parked further back. Or yeah, I think it was a bobtail. And then the next one over was another driver parked with this trailer, flatbedder. The guy, when he did his straight back setup, though, he was at an angle and pointing right at the guy with the flatbed trailer. And at first, I'm watching him. I'm trying to figure out what's this guy doing. I can't figure out where the hell he's trying to go, because I am pretty sure he was trying to go to the spot that we were standing in, or standing next to, because that's the only one that was open. And we kind of assumed that he knew what was going on over there. Well, apparently not, because he backs up and he just keeps pointing directly over to that spot, 2 spots to the right of the one that was open. And next thing I know, he munches into the front end of the truck over there. And, thank God the truck over there had a deer guard on it. And the only thing he did to the truck was put a dent in the deer guard, and then scared the shit out of the driver who was in there trying to sleep. Or I think he was trying to sleep. And thank God that was all that happened. But one of those, I don't know what's going on around you, and if anything, I think instead of trying to do a straight back method when you don't have room, because you have to go 1 spot past the spot you're trying to get into before you even start to turn for your setup. I'm not sure how exactly close he was to that. Whatever it was, he didn't have this trailer angled right when he was over there, though. So I think it would have been safer to just do a 45 setup there, and then, and if need be, he had plenty of room to get his tractor to maneuver up that direction after once he would have gotten around this flatbed over here and parked across from where I originally was at. Come on. All right, that truck right there. He's right in front of where I was. Oh, that reminds me. There's a Walmart across the street, so I got me a new SD card for my other dash cam. That way, I can start getting some more interior views of my backings for you guys who like to watch those videos. Let me get my scissors out and cut it out of here. thing on here. And all right, now. All right, that shows nothing covering over here. There we go. Go ahead and format this thing now because it's going to need to be formatted before I can use it. So if I format it now, that way all I have to do is plug it in when I'm ready to record later. Alright, now it's in there. As soon as I'm done with formatting, I'll be ready to roll. Quartzsite, Arizona, and Cali. Okay. But you guys going across 10 then, Jesse? Dropping in San Bernardino. Oh, okay. Dropping in San Bernardino and then picking up and dropping a load at the mothership. Oh, you're probably doing a Colton to Moberly load, aren't you? Alright, nice. This thing already knows that it needs to be like we're already set, so alright, so I'm ready to get going. I'm gonna have to edit my logs because now I got too much on duty time for my pre-trip. Come on, nobody said damn typing. I'm trying to switch the camera again. Getting a little bit of a glow I see from the other dash, from the main dash cam, but it won't take too long. Okay, so the route plan. Because you know I don't follow GPS. I follow my plan. My plan is to go up not US, but Interstate 57 northbound till I get to Champaign, Illinois. Once I'm in Champaign, I will take 74 to the west a little bit, not very far. Interstate 74. Blowing O's. And then I will take State Highway 47 straight up to Morris from there. Now, Highway 47 is the same road that the TA and Pilot and Costco are all at in Costco DC, whatever, are all at in Morris. So. Glad that truck next to me was further back because it made it a lot easier for me to make that turn without hitting anybody. I was kind of worried about my tail swing also, hitting Motown, the other guy that I swapped with. Right there, right in front of me, is the Walmart. Well, a decent amount of stuff here. I ended up grabbing a bite to eat at Chili's. I'm not a huge fan of Chili's, but I'd already eaten earlier and decided to have some chips and dip, whatever that thing is called, I forget. Chili's, they like to put corn in every damn thing possible, and I don't do corn, so most of their food I won't touch. Yeah, I usually have beer and something to snack on are fine. But because of my foot, I ended up. Originally, because park. Let's see, do I need to be in the right or left lane? Looks like left lane. Yeah, when I first got here, and I called him up to let him know where I was parked. He had said something about how he had just finished eating. So, oh, okay. So he probably won't need to eat when he gets here. So I went and I'm not much of an eater. Half the time I can order something like, let's just say like I went to Denny's and had the garlic peppercorn, whatever you want to call it, steak. And half the time I can't finish everything. Like I can eat all the steak, and even on this occasion I didn't finish all my rice because I'd already eaten enough. And once I've had that, usually I'm good for several hours. I might snack on like a very small amount or something, but I can't eat more than one. Usually more than one good-sized meal every day. I don't know if it's how much of it's a product of getting older, or how much of it's a product of not having a thyroid. Doesn't matter. I guess it's a good way to watch my girlish figure. So. Jesse, when I'm done with this load, I'll be heading home somehow, so I imagine, I'm not sure where I'll pick up from. Hopefully they don't send me all the way out to Logansport. Hopefully they'll send me somewhere in the meat patch area, over in Dakota's area, or I'm not really sure where else. I'll head that direction, and not sure if I'll cross paths with you guys. You guys will probably already be back at the mothership by the time I even get anywhere near there anyway. But I'll keep you up to date on where I go, because usually when I end up in the Chicago area, they send me up to Wisconsin for a reload. Whether to what is it? For cheese out of Plymouth. What's that company name again? It's not Sargento, is it? Or I've also gotten sent up to Green Bay for a JBS load. My truck was acting up some last night, those 20s, so I ran the truck instead. But then the climate control system back there didn't want to work. The up front system worked fine, but the back one didn't. So I don't know why, it was just acting up, and so I ended up drawing all the curtains up here up front instead, and then just trying to heat up the entire truck, the cab area, cabin, whatever, with the front system alone. And worked okay to an extent, but I really would have wanted more. And then sometime in the middle of the night, it finally decided it was going to start working again, the back system. So I'm like, sometimes these damn things have a mind of their own. Yeah, Plymouth's a nice little area, and it's a nice facility to have there too. When I was talking to Motown, that's what he calls himself. See, he grew up basically in Southern Cal. rental facility we're talking about here too, for others watching. I think there's a ton of room to work with for backing in there also. I don't know how old the facility is. When I was there, it didn't really look like it was incredibly old though. I mean, it looked like a fairly newer, well, not extremely new, but it looked like on the newer side development. Old enough where Google satellite view has at least has a view of the place, but that'd be a nice place though. He was wondering about my my Riverside area phone number, because my phone number actually corresponds to Moreno Valley, California, right next to Riverside. And the reason, and I told him, it's because I worked at March Air Force Base for so many years, and and that's when I remember when I added the phone number. When I got that, it ended up. Yeah, it's not the original account I had with Verizon. I ended up, well, somehow, or I forget what it was. It might have been when I got married the first time or something. I don't remember. Sometime way back when I changed my phone number for some reason, and it just happened to be at the Moreno Valley store when I did it. So I got a Moreno Valley phone number. Tell me how stacked that drop yard looks when you guys get there, because I know when I came off of what was I? Yeah, when I came off home time, and when I got through with my home time, they told me to drop my trailer there and grab a preloaded that was already there, if I remember right. Yeah, I dropped my empty, and then I was gonna. There was a Plainview load that was already in the yard. And then, man, that yard was packed. I'd never seen so many empties in our yard there before that day, whatever. I figured it had something to do with people being on home time for holidays. I just kept my empty with me while I was home. I just lived 40 to 35 miles away from the yard, and I don't want to have to go down to the yard to grab an empty and find out I have to go up to Central Cal for my reload. So usually I just keep my empty with me. Post 2000, I would say, for sure. Now, I wouldn't even say within the last 5 years possible, but yeah, that does look like a place where it could, it might have been built a little longer ago, but but still with a very modern look to it. Now, I've not been to the particular customer I'm going to now, which is Aldi's. I've been to a couple of their facilities before, but not to the one in Batavia. Morning, Linda. So far, it looks like we've got good weather to work with today, but I know later on today it's going to get nasty. I'm expecting several inches of snow up that way later on, later today and tomorrow. everybody tuning in. I just left Mount Vernon not too long ago. I've only been on the road about 12 miles now. It's going to be about a 240-mile trip from here to Morris. And I'm not delivering in Morris. I'm just going to stay there. And it's on because it's a lot closer to my receiver, and it's not really anywhere else on the way up there that I'm interested in stopping at. Now, I could always stop in Moni here on I-57, or yeah, I think it's 57, but I'm not going to, because I'm thinking ahead, which one's a better route to my receiver. And I kind of like the Morris is it's only a 40-mile trip from there to Batavia, and I cut up some state highways to get up there. Delivers in Turlock, 11:30. All right. Where are you? You going to U.S. Cold Storage there in Turlock? Yeah, that place threw me. U.S. Cold Storage in Turlock. I was just there about within the last couple of months, and they changed the arrangement on how to get in there now. Because the last time I was there, I remembered you come in off of that north-south street on the east side of the building. Turlock Dairy. Interesting. Can't say I've been to that one yet. Anyway, yeah, U.S. Cold Storage, though. I know it's not where you're going now, but whatever that north-south road is that comes off of Main, or yeah, I think it's East Main, or whatever hell, or Main Street, whatever it is. When you come up, there's that gate right there on the east side of the lot. That used to be both the entrance and exit, but now they changed it. So when they built that new facility there on the north side of their lot. Now the gate is on the north side, over on the way, come around the west end of that building, over there, and then come in from the north. So that threw me off, and then I was used to the shipping office being over there on the west end of their building. So I parked over there, checked in, and then I find out, oh yeah, you have frozen or whatever kind of product, you need to go to the other side, over by door 1. Like, oh, okay. So I ended up walking all the way across the building, or all the way across their lot to get to the other shipping or receiving office I didn't know was even there before. Then checked in, and then walked all the way back to my truck, and of course they had given me a dock door that was closer to door 1. Now I learned something new, I guess. Sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. I'd probably have to look that one up. Turlock Dairy. I'm going to look that one up when I get stopped, because I am curious. I always like to know places that we go to. And now I'm driving, my load gauge is only around 50, so it's definitely not that heavy a load. Can't tell if this is overcast or if it's clear skies and the sun's just not up yet. Too much light to tell if there are any stars in the sky, but not enough for me to tell if it's clear sky or cloud covered. Oh, now I can see off to the right. The trees were preventing me from being able to see very much. Looks like it's mostly clear. There are some clouds off to the east, but good reason to get up there now. For anybody who tuned in now more recently and wasn't here when I was talking about the route I'll be taking, I'm on I-57 northbound from Mount Vernon, Illinois, then head up to Champaign, Illinois, then go west on I-74 short distance, and then north on State Route 47, and take 47 straight up. That'll take me right into Morris. Drive me nuts for that be safe and be careful kind of crap. To be honest with you, I know you guys want to think the best or trying to think good thoughts. You don't have to do that. So honestly, I have no business being out here if I'm not going to be safe. So, and that's my motto there. Don't be safe or don't be out here in the first place. Discourteous or anything like that. Just been, it's kind of like when I was going through chemotherapy back in 2002, and everyone I come across, like, how you feeling? 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 I was like, can you just drop it? Just treat me like a normal person and act like there's nothing wrong with me? I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with me, but it's like it gets old having to keep answering questions about how I'm feeling or whatever. I bet Corey gets the same thing with his dialysis issues. It's one of those things that most people don't notice, I guess, but it's something that I notice little patterns like that very, very quickly. Right, come on, car, hurry up. Catch me. Come on, pass me. Oh, so you're gonna camp out behind me instead. Alright, too bad. You lost your chance. my right to my left. A little gusts that keep trying to blow me into the other lane, but I'm gonna keep both hands on the wheel. Majority of our loads go between California and the central U.S. states. So I'm more of an east-west kind of guy, and only in the western half of the country. And once in a while, you'll see, like what you're seeing here this week, where I'll venture off to the east of the Missouri River. Does a lot of deliveries to specifically is where you should have the most interest in if home time is important to you. Morning, JDF. Or I guess good afternoon for you. Delhi and they changed it to Calcutta or something like that.
Changing the name of the cookie jar or whatever for no good reason.
I'm breaking and delivered from Morris, going to my load's going to Batavia, which is a western Chicago suburb. But yeah, I'm expecting to get several inches of snow tonight. So it'll probably be a bit of a fun time trying to get to my receiver tonight. Probably rain and freezing rain. I don't know, snow forecast kind of showed it being several inches of snow possible. And JDev, no, I was not a pilot. I was an aircraft mechanic. So it's kind of the next best thing, I guess you can call it, because I worked on the airplanes and I can fly with them, but I didn't actually operate them. In fact, when we'd go on missions, because I worked on heavy aircraft, so quite often when I did fly with the aircraft, I usually sat up in the cockpit with the flight crew. I didn't have to, but I can sit wherever I want on the aircraft when that's not being not in use, whatever. As a crew chief, but a lot of times I'd sit up front because I always enjoyed seeing how things worked up there. When did you send the link? Oh, what was the link? You sent it last night. I did not see it. I've not looked at it. I've not looked at anything Facebook related since I think sometime yesterday evening. Oh yeah, the KC-46. Yeah, I did open that and looked at it briefly. I was laughing how they called it the new tank, the Air Force tank or whatever. I'm like, what the hell? That ain't no tank. Tank is something that has tracked wheels on it and has a lot of firepower. Yeah, if I'd stayed in all the way until I was 60, there's a chance I would have been working on that aircraft myself at some point in time. Since I was mainly working on KC-135s, which is exactly what the KC-46 is designed to replace. Highway 185, Farina and Vandalia. I know there's a truck stop over here I've stopped at before. I think this might be it right over here. That Shell station. I know I've stopped at Vandalia before. Can't tell if that's the same place I'm thinking of or something. Yeah, I think it might be the same place. Correct, yeah. I ended up making it to Mount Vernon yesterday, which was about a 645-mile shift. And I stopped there specifically to swap loads with another driver because I was going to be just a little short on what I needed to get to Harrisonville. And I was only going to be about maybe 15 minutes short on what I needed, so chances are there was a possibility I might have been able to make it, but it would have been really super tight. It was a safer bet to just go ahead and do the swap because it was 345 or so miles, and at 350 miles and 70 miles an hour, that's 5 hours right there. And I only had 5:30 to work with, so. Now add in pre-trip time, and then anytime I might have to run slower than 70, like trying to get through St. Louis. Because from St. Louis over to like St. Charles? There's a lot zone area, so I wouldn't have been able to run full speed through there. It's like basically till you get west of St. Charles, and then it opens back up, and then you get slowed down again in Columbia, and then slowed down again in Kansas City. It's just too many risks that I was dealing with, even though I was going to be driving in the middle of the night. So ended up doing a swap. The other driver's going to deliver my load there now, and then I'm taking his up to Batavia, Illinois. I'm just going to go up to Morris, though, because there aren't any truck stops in the area of Batavia. So I'll just stop in Morris, which is not too far away. It's only 40 miles from Morris to Batavia. Actually, it's a shorter trip from Mount Vernon to Batavia than it is from Mount Vernon to Harrisonville. So I actually lost about 45 miles on it. But I'm not really worried about it. It's a small amount of revenue, and it's not that big a deal. It just, like I say, if I'm burning up my 70-hour clock, that's all that matters. I don't need to concern myself too much with if I'm getting if I'm getting more equal miles out of a swap than somebody else. A lot of people do that stupidly. They worry about what miles they're losing on a load, but they don't think about, well, what about the delivery time? You might be delivering sooner if you have a shorter route, and then you might be able to go pick up another load sooner as well. Or, of course, in this case, I have to sit longer, but it doesn't matter to me because I don't have much for hours to work with anyway. So now when I have to wait till tomorrow morning at 3 to deliver this load, I'll barely have any hours left on my clock when I get up there anyway. And then I'll get my 11:40 something of recaps tonight. Which I can cut into, and then I can run a pretty good shift tomorrow after I get through unloading. And I'm still gonna have a problem because the next day after that I only get 4 something back in recap. So chances are I'm still gonna end up sitting. So that's why I say for those of you guys who are wanting to get into trucking or inexperienced and want advice, don't get all caught up on what kind of miles you're losing or gaining or whatever out of a swap. Especially if you're willing to help the planners and dispatchers. When you show that you're reliable, that you're willing to do anything to make their job easy, they're going to make your job great too. They'll give you the preferred loads a lot of times because they like you more. That's just the way it is. Team player. You might make some whatever or doing certain loads that might seem like they're not ideal, but you get hooked up also. Like I had that one where I dropped the load in the drop yard in Florida a couple months ago, and their keep me moving load was a pickup in Uma. And it was like a 2 day. It was going to be 2 days before I could deliver it. I was going to be able to get it there actually early enough where I could do a 34-hour reset that I didn't even really need, but Fort Worth, but he probably doesn't even know, because I know he likes to blindly follow that damn GPS of his. I know the way I go from there is across I-20 over to Jackson, Mississippi, and then I'll take US 49 and US 98 down to Mobile. Then I'll get on I-10 there in Mobile and go across. Logistics. Been seeing them more now because I'm more in their freight lanes, I think. They were just I just had an article up the other day about how they're talking about spinning off part of their business. I think they're looking at spinning off some of the international stuff, though. I know it said they absolutely had no interest at all in spinning off or divesting or whatever the LTL trucking part of their business. So they seem to really be liking that part. Now, some of our guys like to take on that route to Florida from the Fort Worth area. Some people will take 20 across to, I think, Shreveport, Louisiana, and then go down, what is that, is that I-49 there? I forget. I want to say I-49. Yeah, because I know US 49 and I-49 are two options that you can take, and I want to say I-49. Some people will take that down to, what the hell is that, Lafayette, or I forget where I-49 comes down to on I-10. Some people don't like going through the Jackson area and dealing with all the traffic lights and construction and stuff that goes on over there on the south end of Jackson. And I'm sure some other people might be apt to take 287 straight down from the Fort Worth area and cut it, missing person alert, Illinois, Tango Papa Tango 727. Of course, the tickets are too expensive anyway, but that load I was under was delivering just south of Kansas City, so man, can you imagine if I had done a 34 there in Kansas City area and had the money to spend or whatever, if they even had tickets available, I wouldn't have been able to watch it, but yeah, that's alright. Right? Where they scored 4 touchdowns, or was it 4 touchdowns in like less than 5 minutes? I ever had too. I had some really good ones. Had some really, really bad ones too. But now that guy in particular was as a trainee, he was I'd almost say easily the best trainee I ever had. He made my job super easy. Ended up backing off. Yeah, now he's starting to make a run again. Now the pickup over in the left lane is being a blocker. See, the pickup might be hitting west, getting on 70 westbound. See? Nope. He's staying here on 57. State Route 47 the rest of the way up. It's about 240 miles total. So about, if I'm at 70 miles an hour the whole time, it's a 3.5 hour drive, but some of it's on, about half it's on state highways, so I'm expecting it to take at least 4 hours, so. I've driven 66 miles right now, so I'm, still about what's that? About 170 or so miles out. So this guy right in front of me, the trucker there, he's an experienced guy, I can tell, because he was getting ready to pass me, but he was going, he was doing it slowly. And when he realized he was blocking four-wheelers and it was going to take a while to pass me, he backed off and got back behind me and let the four-wheelers go by. interchange was coming up. Apparently he's familiar with that interchange too, and he just hung out and waited behind me further back. Yeah, he left a good amount of space too. And as we got up here past the 70 split, and he started to speed up, and then he passed me a little more quickly too because I had backed off because the speed limit dropped from 70 to 65. So those are several things that I can tell about him that tell me he's a good and experienced driver. Need a lot more drivers like him out here, to be honest with you. Hey, Lisa. Okay, I need to be on the left side. This is 57. Do this on the left side of this split. My trip distance is here on I-57, and the other half is going up State Route 47. US 45 coming up here, and then got the 57 North and 70 East split. Building for a bank. From the 70. I-74. Just over 70 miles driven, so it'll be 140 or so. Probably no more than a few miles of I-74 to deal with, so it'll be a little bit less than I think just shy of 100 miles of State Route 47 that I'll be on. I-7. I'm north of I-70. I'm heading towards Champaign, Illinois from Effingham. Sometimes I'll get crumb donuts, sometimes I'll get powder. Once in a blue moon I'll get chocolate donuts. Or I'll get those bear claws or cheese Danish, whatever. Or sometimes I won't even get anything at all. It just depends on what kind of mood I'm in, I guess.
Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos wants to create 1 million new jobs in India, CNN. Hong Kong, CNN Business, Amazon, AMZN, is capping off a big week in India with an eye-catching pledge to help create 1 million new jobs in the country. The company said Friday that it expects the jobs to be added over the next 5 years through ongoing investments in its operations on the ground. These openings will be created both directly and indirectly, and are in addition to the 700,000 jobs Amazon's investments have enabled over the last 6 years in India, it said in a statement. Amazon is investing in its technology and logistics networks, and says the new positions will span areas such as IT, cloud computing, retail and manufacturing. The announcement came just days after the company made another major commitment. CEO Jeff Bezos, who is visiting India this week, said Wednesday that Amazon would allocate $1 billion to helping 10 million small and medium-sized businesses around the country get online by 2025. Read more. We've seen huge contributions from our employees, and extraordinary creativity from the small businesses we've partnered with, Bezos said Friday in a statement. We're excited about what lies ahead. Jeff Bezos speaking at an Amazon event in New Delhi on Wednesday. Amazon says it has grown its employee base more than 4 times in India since 2014, and last year inaugurated its new campus in Hyderabad, the company's largest building globally with 15,000 employees. An Amazon spokesperson declined to comment on the size of its workforce in India or provide further details about its future hiring plans. The $1 billion infusion announced by Bezos is the company's newest commitment in its battle for a piece of India's vast economy. Prior to that, Amazon had already disclosed plans to pour more than $5 billion into the country. The Seattle-based company has been locked for years in a fierce battle with Flipkart, now owned by Walmart WMT, for dominance in India's online retail market, which is projected to be worth $200 billion by 2027. The broader retail market is already estimated to be worth more than $670 billion. But Amazon faces other challenges in India beyond fierce competition. On Monday, the country's antitrust regulator opened an investigation into Amazon and Flipkart over allegations that the 2 retail giants are illegally undercutting local businesses, claims that the firms deny. An employee working inside an Amazon fulfillment center on the outskirts of Hyderabad in India. Bezos also faced a chilly reception Wednesday in New Delhi, where Amazon kicked off a 2-day summit for small businesses. Protests were held against the company and its billionaire founder by the Confederation of All India Traders, a large trade organization, which says that small business owners are being squeezed by deep discounting by companies such as Amazon. More than 550,000 sellers use the Amazon India marketplace, and more than 60,000 Indian manufacturers and brands export products to customers worldwide using the company's platform. Jeff Bezos is in India. Amazon has a ton on the line. Bezos said this week that its investment could help traders export $10 billion in Indian goods over the next 5 years, bolstering Prime Minister Narendra Modi's campaign to Make in India. The company is also linking its job creation plans to an ambitious goal of the Indian government to provide workplace training for more than 400 million people by 2022, saying it aims to hire more people into roles including software engineering, content production, and customer support. The promise of new jobs is timely. India's economy has slumped in recent months, and unemployment climbed last year to its highest level in decades.
There'll be a bunch of jobs there. Of course, India's got a huge population nationwide. I think they're the second most populous country in the entire planet, right? You know, China's number 1 at like 1.1 billion, and then I want to say India is not far, you know, like up in the upper hundreds of millions. That Amazon squeezes the small businesses, so okay, maybe businesses that don't that have high operating costs, yeah, that's a problem, I guess. But small businesses that are able to get able to sell their products for a better price point because they can, you know, make them for less, whatever. That's another story. they're pushing almost $1.4 trillion of market cap now. Microsoft is second at 1.2 something trillion, if I remember right. And then Google or Alphabet. Alphabet just hit the 1 trillion mark. Yes, I think it was yesterday. And I think, if I remember right, Amazon's fourth. I have to double check my spreadsheet when I'm stopped. James, he's almost to Fort Worth, if anything. A good half hour out though, because it's from Henrietta to Fort Worth is it's like a good 80 to 90 mile drive. So it'll take him over an hour to get there, just to Fort Worth, and then from Fort Worth to Dallas, he's got even more time to go. And with it being not quite 8 in the morning, he's gonna have traffic delays trying to get across there. Prices in general are all getting too high though. I still have the S&P 500 short-term value at 32.15, and it's already pushing about 100 points higher than that now, and that's too much. My 32.15 target actually prices in half of next year's gains, and they're already priced 100 points higher. That's more like pricing in 9 or so, at least a good 9 months of the next 12 months worth of gains. I think Google's been on a run lately too, because they're I know my price targets got pushed upward without even any earnings updates, and it had to have been because of a company with larger earning per share, you know, having a heavier influence on the overall score, or on my overall calculation, whatever. Coming up, State Route 16 to Charleston and Mattoon, 2 miles. that mobster. I know someone. No, I was. Never mind. I think it was that.
Mobster Sammy, the Bull, Gravano reviews The Irishman movie. Martin Scorsese is nominated for an Oscar for The Irishman, but he ain't no wise guy, according to a real-life mobster. Salvatore, Sammy the Bull, Gravano has seen the movie starring Robert De Niro as Frank the Irishman, Sheeran and Sheeran's alleged role in the disappearance, thought to be murder, of union boss Jimmy Hoffa, and let's just say this convict critics got some beef. The 74-year-old, who was notoriously the former Gambino family underboss and confessed to 19 murders, told Vulture he thought the movie would be a lot better, especially since it starred De Niro, Joe Pesci and Al Pacino. It was not as well done as I thought it would be, with everybody who was in it, he said. They could have did a much better job. You know, they're all big actors when it comes to mafia movies, stuff like that. Gravano, like many critics, also thought the movie was very long, but also claimed the facts in the movie were wrong. In fact, the ex-mobster turned rat who was released from prison in 2017 said he knows the identity of the real person who whacked Hoffa. The Irishman did not do the shooting. He's not the guy who killed Jimmy Hoffa, he said. From what I understood, it was given to Tony Provenzano, who was a very powerful captain of the Genovese family, and his man, his guy Sally something or other, whatever the FK his name was, I can't think of it. Jesse Plemons, Ray Romano, Robert De Niro and Al Pacino in The Irishman. Netflix. When the writer suggested he meant Sally Bugs Gregulio, who is played by Louis Cancelme in the movie, Gravano continued to seemingly snitch from his undisclosed location where he is serving life on parole. Yes, Sally Bugs. From what I understood, he was the guy who actually killed Hoffa, he said. So the story was wrong. It was all done wrong. Gravano also added that the way the body and gun were disposed of were completely bungled, it's ridiculous. I would never do that. Adding that it's unlikely anyone with connections would even tell the tale. This is not something that they normally talk about, he said. See also. The true story behind The Irishman, what really happened to Jimmy Hoffa. The Irishman is based off the real life and true. The film adheres to I Heard You Paint Houses by Charles Brandt, who was Sheeran's lawyer. In the book, Sheeran claimed he was the one who bumped off his longtime friend and Teamsters boss, popping him in the head with a bullet at an undisclosed home in suburban Detroit, Michigan. The movie sticks to the plot laid out in the book, which includes Sheeran luring Hoffa, portrayed by Pacino, into a car with Hoffa's foster son Chucky O'Brien, Jesse Plemons in the film, and Sally Bugs in a hit ordered by Pesci's character, Russell Bufalino. Bufalino's portrayal, Gravano added, was also a major inaccuracy in the film, and the mobster boss of northeastern Pennsylvania's role is exaggerated in the Hollywood version. There's times in the movie when they are talking about getting back to the real boss, like it's Bufalino, he said. Angelo Bruno was the boss of the Philadelphia mob, not Russell Bufalino. So they got this whole F-King thing twisted and turned around. I don't know who told them what. But don't worry, Gravano is a self-proclaimed fan of another De Niro Pesci film, Scorsese's 1990 Oscar-winning film, Goodfellas. That's the way we live, he said. It had a lot of truth, though I'm sure there was some Hollywood involved. Related video. Video length 2 minutes 46 seconds to 46. The Irishman is now on Netflix and deserves your full attention.
I thought it was a pretty good movie though. Really long, but definitely it was a good movie. But it's interesting to hear the different perspectives on it. Like that, where it's where he's saying it's not even close to accurate. I think I've heard other people say, or seen other articles where I guess the accuracy of it are brought into question.
Article 131 of 138. Teen installs security cameras to reveal her father's abusive behavior. TheHollywoodUnlocked.com, yesterday. A Florida teen installed security cameras in her home to prove that her father abused her for several years. According to Fox 2, the 14-year-old girl's mother said her daughter tried to report her father's abuse for years but no one believed her statements. Her father, Damon Becknell, was arrested after the teen submitted 2 disturbing videos to the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office. In the first video, Becknell is seen screaming, pointing, and headbutting the girl during an argument. He was also yelling at the dogs in their home and hitting one of them repeatedly. Becknell had a knife in his hand and held it up to the dog's neck. Another video shows the teen jumping on Becknell as an attempt to stop him from hurting the animals. He shoves her into a wall and headbutts the teen. Becknell is known in the county as a well-off businessman and owns an ABC resort in Destin. He was arrested for the videos on Jan. 2 but is currently out on bond. A court date was scheduled for February. 4. Press play to learn more in the video below and share your thoughts with Yappa. Article 132 of 138. A receipt from Target, a stolen car in Mexico and a third unsolved murder, investigate.
Sounds like that dad has some serious anger management problems. You also have to question why it had to come to her secretly making videos for them to finally believe that something actually was going on there. Doesn't make either makes the law enforcement system there where they're at look like a bunch of idiots, or it makes our justice system look like it's a piece of shit, which I do think it is. Obviously, though. Come on, pick up, hurry up, get by me. Olin Enterprises Incorporated, Casey, Illinois. Big things, small town.
Receipt from Target, a stolen car in Mexico and a third unsolved murder, investigation into yacht murder of California couple. ABC News 9 hours ago. Tom Hawks, a Vietnam veteran and father of 2 boys, had a beautiful dream to retire in his 50s and live on a boat with his wife Jackie. He eventually achieved it after prudently saving and investing his money for decades. But over the course of a week, another couple, complete strangers to the Hawks, took it all away. After planning for years, Tom and Jackie Hawks eventually bought a 55-foot trawler yacht for about $300,000 and named it the Well-Deserved, which their tight-knit circle of friends and family agreed was perfectly fitting. The couple outfitted the vessel with the latest technology and for 2 years traveled from their Newport Beach mooring along the California coast into Mexico. Then, when their younger son, Matt, told them he and his wife were going to have a baby, they decided to sell the boat and get a house back on land to be closer to their grandchild. Watch the full story on 2020 Friday at 9 p.m. ET. On November 12, 2004, the couple took their last trip to Santa Catalina Island off the coast of Los Angeles, California, to commemorate their passion project's imminent sale. By this time, Tom and Jackie Hawks had told family and friends that they'd found a buyer and that the sale was going to take place in the next few days.
Okay, I remember this case
Next
now.
thing you know is, no one could get a hold of them, their son, Ryan Hawks, told 2020. For them just to shut off their cell phones and drop off the face of the earth is extremely out of character. The family found the well-deserved moored in its usual berth at Newport Beach, but the couple in their car, a silver Honda CR-V, were nowhere to be found. My uncle knew something was wrong right away, said Ryan Hawks, adding that his uncle had noticed the dinghy his parents used to get to their yacht hadn't been tied properly to the dock and its motor hadn't been lifted from the water. My uncle was 100% positive that my dad didn't leave the boat that way. Tom Hawks' friend Don Treffern also noticed things were out of place on the yacht. I noticed that the tarps up above on the deck, on the flying bridge, were all off. All the controls were just kind of peeled back and there was a towel hanging out one of the portholes, Treffern told 2020. I got a sick feeling in my stomach, just a sick feeling that something wasn't right. The receipt from Target. The couple's tight-knit group of friends and family knew Tom and Jackie Hawks had gone with the prospective purchaser to take the boat out for a test ride. They also knew that the buyer of the boat was likely the last person to have seen them. Jim Hawks, Tom Hawks' brother and a retired police officer, left a note on the well-deserved with his phone number in hopes that the buyer would contact him. It was Jennifer Delian who called him back, telling him she and her husband Skylar had paid for the boat with cash in full. Still suspicious, Jim Hawks reached out to Tricia Schutz, a friend of the family who managed the missing couple's finances while they were traveling. Tom and Jackie, if they would have sold that boat they would have deposited that money into their bank account, Schutz told 2020. There was no activity on their account. So we knew that something was really wrong. Jim Hawks told me that he was gonna contact the police department and file a missing persons report. Newport Beach police took on the case once a missing persons report was filed, nearly 2 weeks after the couple's disappearance. This couple were in the process of selling or sold a vessel to this other couple, Skylar and Jennifer Delian, Newport Beach dead. SGT. Dave Byington, now retired, told 2020. Skylar happens to be a convicted felon. He's on probation. I go, geez, okay, well this doesn't sound good right now. Skylar Delian had a troubled childhood. He had been a child actor, with one of his most prominent roles as an extra in the 1990s TV show Power Rangers. Later, he met Jennifer online, got married, and had a little girl. He was expecting another child with her at the time that the Hawks went missing. Jennifer, a hairstylist, was the breadwinner for the family while they lived in a converted garage behind her parents' home in Long Beach. Given their living situation, the couple did not seem to police-like buyers of such an extravagant yacht. Police searched the well-deserved, where they found a receipt from Target. The purchase, which was dated 2 days after the day friends said the Hawks were taking the prospective buyer for a test ride, listed trash bags, bleach and the antacid Tums. If I was going to kill somebody, I'd have my clean kit. And it would be bags to get rid of evidence, bleach to wipe down the scene and maybe, if I had a conscience, some Tums to settle my stomach after killing some poor people, Byington said. Target was able to provide surveillance photos of the purchaser to police. But investigators, who expected to see Skylar Delian buying the supplies, were surprised to find Steve Henderson, Jennifer DeLeon's father, in the photos instead. Police learned Jennifer Delian sent her father to buy the bleach, Tums and trash bags so the couple could help clean their new boat. Henderson pointed investigators to a nearby church that he said the couple was helping to clean. When I see a family volunteering in a church, I was put at ease a little bit with that, thinking, okay, this is going to turn out okay. The Hawks are fine, Byington said. I was talking to Jennifer and basically said, we're looking for the Hawks. The family's very concerned, and she said, and she was very genuine, she goes, we're really concerned too. Then she goes, we've been trying to reach out to them continually since we bought it. She said they have a lot of property, clothes and stuff. We don't know what to do, Byington continued. She was very specific and seemed very genuine in her concern for the Hawks and finding them. Skylar proceeded to tell me the same thing that Jennifer did. Skylar Delian produced paperwork for the boat's purchase, complete with signatures, fingerprints and a notary public certification. Much to their surprise, Skylar Delian openly admitted to police that he used drug money to buy the vessel. At this point, I already knew that Skylar was on probation for armed burglary, so he's a felon, Byington said. I'm telling you, Sergeant, I want to go straight with my family. I'm a father now. I have another child on the way and I want to do the right thing. So I'm trying to invest this money in a way that I can support them, Byington said. Delian told him. Delian told police that on November 15, 2004, he paid the couple for the well-deserved, presenting them with a briefcase full of cash in the parking lot near the moored yacht. Delian said that his wife, child, a notary public and a friend from Mexico, Alonso Machain, were also there for the transaction. According to Skylar, Tom Hawks asked him, "Is it all here?" Skylar kind of giggled at me and said, "Yep, it's all there." And so they basically said, "Here's the keys to the yacht," Byington said. Tom and Jackie drove off in the Honda and Skylar and Jennifer said that was the last time that they saw them. The 1998 silver Honda CR-V. Nearly a month after his parents vanished, Ryan Hawks was urged by his uncle to go to the media to ask the public for help after investigators hit a dead end. A retired couple in San Miguel, Mexico, heard his plea, telling police that they saw the missing couple's 1998 silver Honda CR-V parked next to a mobile home. The mobile home's owner told Mexican authorities he didn't know Tom or Jackie Hawks, but that the car was given to him from a friend, Skylar Delian. And at that moment, any possibility that the Hawks were still alive died right there, unfortunately, Byington said. Caitlin Rother, a consultant for 2020 on this story and author of Dead Reckoning, about this case, said with the discovery of the car, police realized that Skylar Delian and Jennifer, who is also described by others at the mobile home park, had been down there. They had, now, witnesses who knew them and the witnesses said, "The Delens gave us this car," Rother said. Skylar murdered these people, Byington said he concluded after finding the Hawks car. But investigators still didn't have enough to prove it. On December 17, 2004, police arrested Skylar Delian on money laundering charges while they continued investigating him for the murder of the Hawks. Investigators searched the De Leon's home, finding the Hawks' laptop and their video camera, which the Delens used to document the Thanksgiving that the Hawks never got to spend with their family. For months after Skylar's arrest, Jennifer Delian continued to insist on her husband's innocence in the Hawks' disappearance, even declining an offer of immunity in exchange for information as to the whereabouts of the Hawks. A third murder. Newport police discovered another interesting clue in the De Leon's home, a business card for Los Angeles Police Department Ed. Joe Bahena, who worked as a liaison with Mexican police. They found that Bahena was helping Ensenada State Police investigate the case of John Jarvie. Jarvie had been found murdered with his throat cut in Mexico in 2003. Jarvie met Delian while the two were serving time at the city of Seal Beach Jail, where some inmates were allowed to go out during the day on work release. After Jarvie was freed, he stayed in touch with Delian, who promised him a big score. In December 2003, a year before the Hawks' disappearance, Delian sold Jarvie on a business proposition to make a large sum of money. Jarvie gave Delian $50,000 in cash, then accompanied Delian to Mexico where he was supposed to complete the big score Delian told him about. Jarvie never returned. There never was any deal in Mexico, Jeff Jarvie, John's brother, told 2020. He took my brother down there specifically with the role of murdering him. Mexican police questioned the Delens at the time, but Jarvie's case remained unsolved until Newport Beach detectives started working the Hawks case. The dominoes fall. Kathleen Harris, the notary who certified the paperwork for the sale of the well-deserved, was interviewed by police several times. She repeatedly denied that anything was amiss, until the day she came clean. She came in and she said she'd never met Tom and Jackie Hawks. She had nothing to do with the murder, former Orange County prosecutor Matt Murphy, now an ABC News consultant, said. She was given documents and paid in cash to backdate the documents. And so she backdated them to November 15th, which was the day that they went missing. That was the first domino to fall, Byington said. Then we started pressuring everybody else because we knew everybody else had lied to us too. Alonso Machain was the next to reveal his role in the murder. He told police that he first met Skylar Delian when he was a jailer at the city of Seal Beach Jail. Machain admitted he took part in the murders and revealed the full scope of the murder conspiracy to investigators. Machain said Skylar Delian convinced him that Delian was an international hitman and that he needed to take out Tom and Jackie Hawks because they were evil. Machain told police that on November 15, 2004, he, Skylar Delian and another accomplice, John Kennedy, set out toward Santa Catalina Island on the well-deserved with Tom and Jackie Hawks on a sea trial for a test run of the boat. McChain said Skylar Delian and Kennedy overpowered Tom Hawks and handcuffed him, while McChain subdued and handcuffed on De Leon's orders, taped over the couple's eyes and mouths and tied them together as Delian navigated the boat toward the deepest point of the sea. McChain said they then tied the couple, handcuffed, to one of the yacht's anchors, then Delian threw the anchor overboard and it dragged the couple over the side. Jennifer was not on the boat during the murders. So it came as a surprise to many when she, too, was arrested, just weeks after giving birth to her second child. Investigators discovered that Skylar and Jennifer spoke by phone numerous times on the day John Jarvie was murdered, and again when the Hawks were killed. That woman was physically not on the boat during the murders, but she was absolutely on the boat with guidance and spirit, said Matt Murphy. McChain testified in 3 separate trials against Jennifer and Skylar Delian, as well as Kennedy. In a deal with the prosecution, he pleaded guilty to 2 counts of voluntary manslaughter and was sentenced to 20 years and 4 months in prison. In 2006, Jennifer Delian was convicted of the murders of Tom and Jackie Hawks and later sentenced to 2 life terms without the possibility of parole. She was charged in connection to Jarvie's murder, which she denied any involvement in. In a preliminary hearing before her trial for the Hawks murders, a judge dismissed that charge. Nearly 2 years later, Skylar went to trial for the murder of Tom and Jackie Hawks and John Jarvie. He was convicted of all 3 murders. John Kennedy was also convicted of the Hawks murders, and like Skylar Delian, sentenced to death. Both remain on death row today. At the end of the day, they all get what they deserve, Byington said. Only Alonzo, McChain, will ever see the light of day again. He got sentenced to 20 years and he actually will be out soon. Article 133 of 138. Carlos Beltran out as Mets manager because of sign stealing scandal.
Now, it just infuriates me that people like that are even allowed to exist. Personal gains worth more in somebody else's life. Fuck you. Should do the same thing to that piece of shit. Freaking chain them up to an anchor and throw the anchor overboard. Did they ever find the bodies? It'll take it too long to catch up to me. I'll move it over anyway. There you go. Earlier I move over there, earlier the traffic back there in my lane also sees this cop and moves over.
Carlos Beltran will never manage a game for the New York Mets. Beltran and the Mets have decided to part ways after he was specifically named in Major League Baseball's report as a key player in the Houston Astros sign-stealing scandal. Yahoo Sports' Tim Brown reports that it's a mutual decision between the Mets and the 42-year-old ex-outfielder. Carlos Beltran has told the Mets it is best if he steps down. Looks like the direction this will take. Tim Brown, at Brown Yahoo, January 16, 2020. Scroll to continue with content. Ad. The Mets confirmed the move and said in a statement, "We met with Carlos last night and again this morning and agreed to mutually part ways. This was not an easy decision. Considering the circumstances, it became clear to all parties that it was not in anyone's best interest for Carlos to move forward as manager of the New York Mets. We believe that Carlos was honest and forthcoming with us. We are confident that this will not be the final chapter in his baseball career. We remain excited about the talent on this team and are committed to reaching our goals of winning now and in the future. Beltran was an active player for the Astros in 2017 when they illegally stole and transmitted signs during the regular season and World Series. Like the other current and former players questioned during the investigation, Beltran will not face a punishment from the league, but he was one. The Mets have fired manager Carlos Beltran after he was named as player in Astros sign-stealing scheme. AP photo, Seth Beanick. Astros manager A.J. Hinch and general manager Jeff Luhnow were not so lucky. Both were suspended by the league and immediately fired by the Astros for their involvement. Alex Cora, who served as Astros bench coach in 2017 and led the Boston Red Sox to the 2018 World Series championship, parted ways with Boston on Tuesday. Story continues. Those dismissals set a precedent that had all eyes focused on the Mets over the last 48 hours. Beltran issued a statement to Yahoo Sports saying, "Over my 20 years in the game, I've always taken pride in being a leader and doing things the right way, and in this situation, I failed. As a veteran player on the team, I should have recognized the severity of the issue and truly regret the actions that were taken. I am a man of faith and integrity, and what took place did not demonstrate those characteristics that are so very important to me and my family. I'm very sorry. It's not who I am as a father, a husband, a teammate, and as an educator. The Mets organization and I mutually agreed to part ways, moving forward for the greater good with no further distractions. I hope that at some point in time, I'll have the opportunity to return to this game that I love so much." Beltran was the first managerial hire by general manager Brodie Van Wagenen back in November. That he's decided to cut ties with Beltran is a loud declaration that the Mets front office wants to steer clear of the sign-stealing scandal and the chaos that is sure to follow. One name that immediately surfaced as a replacement is Mets coach Luis Rojas, a 38-year-old who has coached in the Mets system since 2011. Rojas was a candidate for the managerial job before the Mets chose Beltran. He was the Mets quality control coach in 2019 and is the son of Felipe Alou and brother of Moises Alou. More from Yahoo Sports. Wetzel Cora deserves Rose-like lifetime ban from MLB. Taylor Kuchley's early retirement shouldn't harm Hoff chances. Ex-player sues Franklin, Penn State for alleged hazing. Police decline ABS donations after viral video outburst. Article 134 of 138. Senate passes USMC.
All right. 10 to 15 miles out from Champaign now. Coming up on the rest area, just south of Champaign. Yeah, no, that was I think that was the year that the Dodgers got cheated out of the World Series. would think that it'd be back roads, but remember there was one not too long ago where a girl went missing. Where was it at? I think they were like in Idaho or something, and then yeah, I guess it was her estranged boyfriend or whatever was trying to take her down to Nogales, Arizona. It turned out he was mostly staying on regular roads. I mean, you know, staying on U.S. highways and interstates. Interstate 72 is 6 miles up. I'm on 74 though. 74 is the one that goes up toward Quad City, the Davenport area. I think it's up on the north end of Champaign, if I remember right. It's a funky setup that's easy to miss if you're not paying attention. If I remember right. I remember I had a trainee on my truck, and we had stopped here at the TA here in Champaign, and we were in the middle of switching seats, and she had just taken over. We were getting ready to pull out of a parking spot, and an accident had just happened here on the northbound side of the freeway, just a hair north of where, basically almost about a stone's throw distance from where the TA is. And we were going that way too, and turned out it was a truck driver with was it not a tanker, was it? No, I want to say it was like a tanker or something. He smacked into the barrier separating the northbound and southbound lanes, and even with his seatbelt on, I guess he hit the wall so hard that his body, his head and body and all that went right through the driver's window, you know, the door window, whatever, and he's hanging out the door, and the only thing that kept him from getting completely ejected was his seatbelt holding his, I think, his right foot. Yeah, he didn't make it. And kept wondering what would have caused that. I was thinking maybe it blew a left steer tire and just veered over there or something. It's amazing. It's kind of frightening how quickly things can change like that. You guys better hurry up. I shouldn't have to cut this damn pickup off because you can't be if you can't see the signs over the top of the trucks, then you're following too closely. And I just had to adjust to that. The two trucks that are following me would have been able to see that guy, so it's called it out on the radio just in case. inch is 2.54 centimeters. So what they're telling me is an inch and a half to up to not quite 3 inches of snow. That's really not a hell of a lot. It's this guy's starting to move. I was right about to move over for the car on the right shoulder. Now I see they're rolling. Now 1 to 3 inches, I would say, is lighter snow. It's not heavy snowfall, but weather radar seemed to suggest it's going to over the next day though. It's going to be heavier. I see a highway coming up. This is probably 47. Yeah, it says 47 coming up 1 mile away. Gibson City and Mahomet. Gibson City is the one I remember I'm going to be going through. I'll have to make a left turn on the south end, and then it curves back to the north. But it's 47 here. Will be the one that'll take me straight up into Morris. Welcome to Mahomet. Sierra England's going this way also. So hopefully they don't end up holding me up anywhere. I have doubts that I'll see a 70-mile-an-hour speed limit anywhere anyway, and I don't tend to speed on roads regardless, so I hope I won't have to worry about him regardless. Because England trucks can do 65. To wait for the light to turn green to turn if there's nobody coming. Unless there's a sign here saying you're not allowed to turn right on red, or it's a red arrow, which I didn't see. It was all circles, and there are no signs here saying you can't make it right on red. Probably a trainee driving that thing, because they get taught training. They're not a lot of times that they're not supposed to make a right on red. It's not illegal to, and Sierra England won't fire people for doing it, but they do tell drivers if you have an accident in a right on red situation, it's automatically your fault. And because of that, some of them they tend to get taught don't make the right on red at all. This guy coming up this way, I'm pretty sure he's going to be going straight up to Morris. It's a weird system you have on the traffic lights system with the red arrows, etc. Yeah, no. Generally speaking, if it's an arrow, it means you have to follow it. So if it's a red arrow, you cannot make the turn. If it's a green arrow, normally means it's a protected move, so it means you have the right of way, and everybody has to wait for you or whatever. And if it's a circle, if you're trying to make a right turn, if it's a circular signal, a circular red, it usually means you can make a right on red, unless there's a sign specifically saying you're not allowed to. And then if it's a red arrow, you're no ifs, ands, or buts, you're not allowed to make the turn. Not until it turns green. Then when you're making a left turn, if it's a green circle, it means it's an unprotected turn. So it means the oncoming traffic usually has the right of when you can make your turn when it's safe. Yeah, you guys use roundabouts there a lot more, which are some pros and cons to that. I actually like roundabouts overall, but drivers here have bad habits with them. They all follow each other too closely into the roundabout, and so when you're in a truck, it can be extremely hard to even get into the roundabout a lot of times. And then here in the U.S., a lot of people don't know how to deal with roundabouts, and sometimes they don't know that they have to always go counterclockwise through it. And I've even seen some places where where someone will enter a roundabout and try to go to the left instead of to the right. Obviously, for you guys there in the UK, you always go left in your roundabouts, because you go through them clockwise instead of counterclockwise, since you guys drive on the left side of the road, not the right. But yeah, I hear a lot of people get confused, or they forget to even look. They forget that whoever's already in the roundabout has the right of way. I've had a lot of that kind of stuff happen. But see, I'd be good. Because there are situations where I think traffic lights and roundabouts would be useful here too. Like I said, there are certain areas where it's just impossible to get a truck into a roundabout because nobody will let you in. Everybody is right on each other's asses, and you never get a chance to get in unless, without taking a risk of causing an accident. However, one thing I do love about roundabouts is, well, actually a good example of it was a couple days ago when I picked up that other load. Yeah, I was on my way to pick up the load, the deadhead route up to Mount Crawford. Remember when I tried to stop at the Pilot? Found out I couldn't get into the Pilot from with the left turn, and I had to circle around, and I was able to do it. It's not easy to do in a truck. Well, with the roundabout there, I can easily do a U-turn the legal way. So all I have to do is just go through the roundabout and come back out the roundabout on the same exit that I came in on. So that's a very handy feature for trucks, but generally speaking, roundabouts are a pain in the butt for us. And then not to mention, you get rookie drivers, don't know how to, they don't get the concept of setting up their turns when they're in the roundabout, or coming in, setting up the tandem so they can get into the roundabout without hitting something, or go through the roundabout without hitting something either. You get too many rookie drivers who forget that they're in a truck and not a car. So they'll just try to turn like they're in a car and not even think about what's going on with the back of the truck, or the back of the trailer. As long as the speed limit here is 55, I'm okay with hanging out here, but if you get any opportunity to do 65, yeah, I'm sure England will speed up too anyway, if that does happen. 90 miles of this, it's going to take me over an hour and a half at this speed. Yeah, that's got to be a rookie. He's slowing down for this curve. I'm not sure if we get any roundabouts around here that have 3 or 4 lanes in them. We do have roundabouts with 2 lanes. I'm not sure I've ever seen any here in the U.S. with 3 or 4 though. Not England. I'm not going to sit here and do 45 miles an hour through the curve that I can do 50, 55 easily through. We got someone coming the other way, so I can't try to pass him yet. information or whatever. Hey, honey, look, there's Big Ben. There's Big Ben. There's Big Ben. And they can never get out of the roundabout, just going in circles and circles and circles because he can never get into the, I guess, the lane that he needs to get out of it. But not to my phone, and it's a Friday. It means it's probably the message saying what trips are paying on my next settlement. All right, coming up on US 136. Oh, I got a load tendered right now. That's what it is. It's a pre-plan. I'll take a look later. Intersection like this one here, see I got flashing red? Something to watch out for if you're ever at an intersection like this. Just because you have a flashing red doesn't mean the traffic on the other side has one. They could have a flashing yellow. And in that particular case, one of the things I looked for, because I couldn't see the lights on there for the 136 traffic. So what I did is I looked over at the intersections, the corners, and I was able to see it. They have stop signs on both sides. So then I knew it was a four-way stop. If I didn't see any stop signs, I was going to assume that it was that they possibly would have had a flashing yellow and not a flashing red. So if they have a flashing yellow, then they have the right-of-way. They don't have to stop. You got to watch out for that so you don't have broadside collisions and end up being at fault because you assumed that they were going to stop when they didn't have to. I got a good taste of that once when I was at TDY at Charleston Air Force Base, South Carolina once, and they had some kind of construction going on there. And they had everybody coming in through the gate on the south side there, whatever it's called. And the street there, where people, were one of the gates there, and then there's another gate further to the north. And basically a street that goes up, to the north, like toward their BX and commissary. Well, certain times of day, the lights would flash different colors depending on what they're trying to accomplish. So, back in the morning when everybody's coming into the base to start their shifts, the traffic coming into the base through that, coming from the off base area at that intersection would have a flashing yellow, but then everybody else would have a flashing red. And then later in the day, when they are not doing the commute times, there was a later part of the day when, let's say I was facing at the gate, and I was going to make a right turn to go up toward the BX, and there was a guy coming on base. He had a flashing red, I know he did, because I had a flashing yellow. And I remember he tried to make the left turn to go to the same direction I was going, and I didn't stop, and he started honking his horn at me like he's all pissed off like I ran a red. I'm like, no, maybe you ought to take a freaking look, dumbass. I Just because I had a flashing red earlier today doesn't mean it was a flashing red now. See, I almost had a lower speed accident there because of that. Because the guy assumed and didn't know that, that the lights changed colors at different times of day. He just assumed that it was a four-way stop, but it wasn't. I had a flashing yellow. Over the hill, so I want to slow down. Still doing 50 miles an hour. Yeah, I got a truck coming the other way. You had sped up to 60 a second ago, and I was going to stay back at 57, 58. Now you're not pulling away from me. It's making it impossible for me to have an enjoyable drive. I don't mind doing 57, 58, whatever. Just stay the fuck out of my way already. Definitely a doing the same speed I've been doing. Look at what I'm doing now. I'm gaining on him. 1 minute I'm doing this speed, he pulls away from me, and next minute I'm gaining on him. Just needs to stop. Gibson City Lions Club. More traffic coming. Yeah, I can tell I'm coming into a town here, so just gotta deal with it. Deal with this damn rolling roadblock. Figure he can't make up his mind what speed to drive. Gibson City was not the first city I was going to come into, but the second one, or something like that. So down to 52. Still in a 55 zone, last I knew. Yeah, down a 45 zone coming up. Okay, so it says Gibson City. I'm gonna have a left turn coming up then. Like they have a drive-in movie theater here, huh? Los Caminos Mexican Grill. Alright, junction, highways 9 and 54 here. Yeah, 47. This is the left turn right here. 47 goes to the left. Well, maybe I'll get an opportunity to get around them on the north end of town. Yeah. I was hoping that I think when it switched over to the message fast enough for me to get a look at that pre-plan, but I'll have to wait. 56024, so that's, if that is a trainee truck, it's only one, it's probably only one trainee on board. Or it's a 2-bunk truck. It's not one of the 3-bunk trucks. The 3-bunk trucks all have a 30,000 series truck number. Come on, England. Really? You can't accelerate and lift down the road at the... See, I see red semaphore signals up there up ahead there. So there aren't going to be any trains coming from the left side. It's still up both ways, but... Once I saw that red, the red semaphore there, I know there wasn't going to be anybody coming from the left, or any trains, whatever. Not to mention, I just came from that direction. Didn't see any trains that way while I was coming up. Alright, 47, right turn. Bloomington and Dwight. Morning, Mish. Oh, for God's sake, come on. So this one of these where, if I'm at this kind of an intersection, I'll try to get my towns way over here to the left. I'll even try to do it early, so I'll be able to make this turn no problem without even using their lane, so. so bad if I didn't have to deal with Sierra England. And Sierra England straight line speed is okay, but anytime there's traffic coming or curves or whatever, it gets on my nerves. So once I get past Gibson City, I'll probably try to pass them up if the traffic will ever allow me to. 47 looks like straight ahead. I'm trying to see through that green and white sign. Yeah. These tracks do get used. I do see some tanker cars parked on the siding over there to the left. Visit downtown Gibson City. Fine dining, unique shops. You're apparently familiar with this road, aren't you, Mish? My first time using this one. It didn't look like it's too bad on a map. It really just looked like the main area of concern would be here in Gibson City, and it didn't really look like too much else to be too concerned with, though. I do the speed limit usually anyway, so I don't really give the cops any reason to even want to give me attention. Come on, it's a 45. I'm doing 42 and I'm gaining on you. This is what I'm talking about. I can't handle being behind England for like this. This guy obviously is a rookie driver. Sibley, 9 miles, Forest 20. To 55 around through Bloomington would have been better. We'll take a look at that one. Well, this route wouldn't have been a problem at all for me if Sierra England hadn't gotten off the freeway right in front of me and had me having to deal with them the entire time. This is just straight up bullshit. I've been doing one speed. I can sit here and do like 57, 58. In 1 minute he'll pull away from me, and the next minute I'll be gaining on him. And then every curve that comes up he slows down for. I can't stand coffee. I love the smell of coffee, but I can't stand the taste of any of it. I will not touch it. I do not drink any kind of coffee for any reason. But good to know for other people. I just drink soda personally. I'm not going to either. I'm going up to Aldi's in Batavia, but it's not due until tonight. And actually tomorrow morning at 3 a.m. So. But there aren't any truck stops up there in that area that I can really stop at up by Batavia. So my plan is to just stop at the TA in Morris, take a break there, and then early in the morning, whatever, head up from Morris up to Batavia. Slowing down again. Damn it, England. This is horse shit. Got a bit of a hill I can't see over the top of a half mile ahead, so I have no way to know if somebody's coming the other way. up. Then watch, he'll back off again. Miles ago. Back at 58. I'm fine with doing this speed. But if I have to keep slowing down for every damn curve because of England or any other bullshit reason, then I get irritated. If I can't run a consistent speed when I should be able to, it's when I start getting irritated. See how far ahead of me he pulled? Now watch. I'm going to be sitting here doing 58 the entire time, and I'm going to gain on him in a second. Looks like I might have another town coming up. Smaller one, but it looks like there is one here. Cheesesteak place inside TA is pretty decent. It will calm you down if you like cheesesteaks. Yeah, that restaurant inside the TA is awesome from what I heard. I've been to that TA quite a few times, but I've never bothered to eat at the restaurant. Usually I'm just never hungry enough to want to eat a meal there, so. But everybody I know who's been inside that restaurant, they rave about how great the food is. Here, watch. And I'm gonna gain on England in a second. See at least a few curves up here. A left, another right, and then further up another left. For me to be able to run a steady speed and not have to keep dealing with England, I don't care. There are a lot of roads, I think, anywhere in the U.S. that can be like this. This one wouldn't be so bad if England wasn't in my face. God. Good riddance, piece of shit. Oh my God, I couldn't handle that guy much more. Him interfering with me.
Passes USMCA. Revamped Mexico-Canada trade deal will replace NAFTA. Washington, a revamped trade agreement with Mexico and Canada designed to create hundreds of thousands of new U.S. jobs is headed to President Donald Trump for his signature following the Senate's overwhelming passage of the deal Thursday. The vote to approve the pact, known as the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, or USMCA, was 89-10. It's a major rewrite of trade rules with the nation's neighbors and closest trading partners relating to agriculture, manufacturing and services. The bill garnered the same kind of broad bipartisan support the trade measure received when USMCA overwhelmingly passed the House last month by a 385-41 vote. The agreement will benefit all corners of the U.S. economy, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said on the Senate floor Thursday prior to the vote. Farmers, growers, cattlemen, manufacturers, small businesses, big businesses, the Kentucky Republican said. This is a major step for our whole country. The new agreement will replace rules for moving products among the three countries first crafted under the North American Free Trade Agreement, or NAFTA, which essentially eliminated tariffs on most goods traded among the three countries. Foreign trade, U.S.-China trade agreement, Trump administration drops designation of China as currency manipulator. President Donald Trump and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell on November 6, 2019. More. Trump and the leaders of both parties strongly support the measure, proving that Congress can still unite when it wants to, even during the bitter partisan division over impeachment. Trump relentlessly ridiculed NAFTA as the worst trade deal ever when he was running for president 3 years ago, arguing it put American workers at a competitive disadvantage. Other critics, including Democrats, conceded NAFTA was outdated and needed to be revised. Most Republicans, led by farm, state and industrial belt lawmakers, supported it because of expanded trading opportunities championed by Trump. Democrats who didn't like the initial proposal have gotten behind it after changes were made to beef up enforcement of labor standards, such as requiring the inspection of Mexican factories and the closing of loopholes that have hampered prosecution of labor violations. This is a big deal, Ohio GOP Sen. Rob Portman, who served as the U.S. Trade Representative under President George W. Bush, said on the Senate floor Wednesday, referring to a potential increase in auto manufacturing jobs important to his state's economy. The deal has its critics, notably environmental groups and its allies on Capitol Hill, including Vermont Sen. Bernie Sanders, who says it does little to address climate change. I will not vote for a trade agreement that does not incorporate very, very strong principles to significantly lower fossil fuel emissions in the world, Sanders said during the Democratic presidential debate in Des Moines on Tuesday. Asia Pact, Trump, China signed Phase 1 of trade deal. And some unions oppose it because they say it doesn't go far enough to protect worker rights. The United Food and Commercial Workers International Union said USMCA fails to require strong country of origin labeling needed to strengthen food safety and invest in the millions of American jobs that produce our food, Peroni said in a statement. Without strong country of origin labeling, consumers will be kept in the dark and America's food workers will continue to face unfair competition from foreign companies not playing by the same rules. This article originally appeared on USA Today, U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade deal to replace NAFTA. Article 138. Man stolen homeless shelter van.
Stop. I'm not talking about that one. Okay. So that bill got overwhelming bipartisan support, which is not easy to do least make some progress on it, and if other problems get develop as a result of this, then they can be addressed later on. Look at it like different iterations of computer programs or operating systems, like the evolution of the Windows operating system. How many problems did it have in the early days? And then, but it solved a lot of problems. Still, it created a lot of problems, but it still solved a bunch. And of course, it needed revisions, refinement over the years. People gotta have patience. Give it a chance. Yeah, things that are we can all agree are not likable about things, but just give it some time. You can't change problems like that overnight. Yeah, the cornfield side of Illinois would definitely be the spitting image of Iowa, that's for sure. And same with a lot of Nebraska as well.
Man crashes stolen homeless shelter van, then barricades himself in Victorville home. BBNG.com 5 hours ago. Victorville, Caliph. BBNG.com, a 29-year-old man responsible for stealing a van from the homeless shelter was apprehended after he barricaded himself inside a home following a brief pursuit, officials said. Deputies received information that the suspect, Hobani Bahina, was inside the home in the 12,600 block of Santa Fe Trail and was possibly armed with a gun. BBNG first reported on the 1997 Chevy Astro van and small utility trailer that were both stolen overnight from the homeless shelter on Amargosa Road. Later in the day, deputies located the stolen van at a hotel in the 13,400 block of Mariposa Road. When deputies attempted to make contact with the driver, Hobani Bahina, he drove away from the hotel, leading deputies on a 2.5-mile pursuit. Officials said the pursuit came to an end when Bahina crashed into the yard of a home and foot-bailed from the vehicle. Bahina barricaded himself inside an unoccupied home later determined to be his girlfriend's parents. Upon his entrance to the house, deputies spotted a gun in Bahina's hand and immediately acted to ensure the safety of the residents in the surrounding homes, stated the sheriff's release. During the standoff, authorities kept calm as they negotiated with Bahina's request for a cigarette and a phone charger so he could FaceTime with his daughter. Bahina's girlfriend was at the scene and communicated with him, and she shouted out for him to answer his phone and surrender. After approximately 2 hours, Bahina came out of the house and was taken into custody, without incident, by the Sheriff's Specialized Enforcement Division, SWAT. Hobani Bahina was arrested and booked at High Desert Detention Center for possession of a stolen vehicle, evading a peace officer with disregard for safety, promoting a criminal street gang, assault with a deadly weapon, vandalism, and vehicle theft. He is scheduled to appear in Victorville Superior Court on January 17, 2020. Jimmy Waldron, director at the High Desert Homeless Services, has regained possession of the now damaged van that is inoperable. The ignition key is destroyed, the tires are shredded, and the front end is damaged. The trailer that was also stolen is still missing. Police in standoff with barricaded suspect in Victorville and homeless shelter van stolen. Anyone with information about this investigation is asked to contact Deputy E. Smith or Deputy M. Young at the Victorville Police Department at 760-241-2911 or Sheriff's Dispatch at 760-956-5001. Callers wishing to remain anonymous are urged to call the WeTip hotline at 1-800-78-CRIME 27463 or you may leave information on the WeTip website at. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 130,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Article 136 of 138. Should the U.S. withdraw its troops from Iraq? The 360 shows you diverse perspectives on the day's top stories. What's happening? A U.S. airstrike that killed Iranian Gen. Qasem Soleimani near Baghdad International Airport has set off a string of events that may have put the future of America's military presence in Iraq in question. Last week, Iraq's parliament passed a non-binding resolution calling for U.S. troops to leave the country in response to the strike, which also killed a powerful Iraqi militia commander backed by Soleimani. The next day, a Pentagon letter expressing America's intent to leave was sent to the Iraqis. U.S. Secretary of Defense Mark Esper said the letter was a draft that was shared by mistake. There's been no decision whatsoever to leave Iraq, he said. Undeterred, Iraqi Prime Minister Adel Abdul Mahdi said he asked the U.S. to begin planning for a withdrawal. There are currently about 5,000 U.S. troops in Iraq, a small fraction of the force that was present during the Iraq War, which at one point included more than 160,000 soldiers. The U.S. invaded the country in 2003 and maintained a major military presence there until the war formally ended in 2011. Some American soldiers returned, this time with Iraq's permission, in 2014 to help combat the emergence of the ISIS terrorist group, which had taken control of a large portion of northern Iraq. That effort successfully reclaimed all ISIS-held territory. Why there's debate. The Trump administration has argued that the continued presence of American soldiers is necessary for creating a power vacuum that allowed the terror group to emerge in the first place. U.S. forces are also seen by many as an important counterweight to Iran's efforts to spread influence in neighboring Iraq. There are also questions about the legitimacy of the resolution calling for the U.S. to leave. The vote was protested by a large portion of Iraq's parliament, and it's unclear if Abdul Mahdi, who is planning to resign, would follow through on the effort to oust U.S. troops. Those who support an American withdrawal have argued that the American military would be occupying a sovereign nation illegally if it ignored an Iraqi order to leave. Some Middle East experts also argue that the U.S. presence in the region is destabilizing to the region and responsible for more violence than it prevents. There are also fears that American soldiers are being put in harm's way unnecessarily, and an attack on them by Iran or its proxy forces could spark a war. What's next? The U.S. State Department has thus far pushed back on the idea that the troops should Iraq and the jihadists there into Iran's problem. New York Times. Leaving would be a gift to Iran. The U.S. military presence in Iraq is necessary to both the U.S. and Iraq as a deterrent to Iran. Iraq has admitted as much. Kayleigh McGee, Washington Examiner. A U.S. withdrawal would lead other countries to abandon support of Iraq. Although shocked by recent U.S. actions, many Iraqis still want a new era of strategic cooperation with the U.S. and the other 80 nations of the global coalition to defeat the Islamic State, nations that have collectively adopted an in with the U.S., out with the U.S. posture, meaning that they would not continue their in-country support without the U.S. alongside them. Michael Knights, Politico. The U.S. should keep a small advisory force in Iraq. If the United States could maintain an advisor position, it might be able to hold on to its combined counter-Islamic State headquarters and continue funding the training and equipment. All of these things are in Iraq's interest, and they could be renegotiated if American diplomats were empowered to do so. Ben Conable, Los Angeles Times. Iraq's military isn't strong enough to keep the peace on its own. If American soldiers are ejected, the Iraqi security forces will lose their most capable and beneficent ally. Iraqis prosecuting the ongoing counterinsurgency against Islamic State would be in serious trouble. American advisors who have provided logistics and medical support would disappear. The Iraqi Counterterrorism Service, which has long been dependent on American support, would be cut loose to fend for itself. Ben Conable, Los Angeles Times. The U.S. is needed to promote stability in the region. The American presence in the Middle East is so vexing precisely because that part of the world is constantly in crisis and has so many hostile actors. Which is why America can't leave, as presidents to their chagrin keep learning the hard way. Jeff Jacoby, Boston Globe. American troops should be withdrawn. The U.S. has suffered enormous losses from being in Iraq. The ongoing military presence and state-building project in Iraq has cost the U.S. trillions in taxpayer dollars and just south of 5,000 military deaths, with little to show by way of geopolitical dividends. The Iraqi government's continued insistence on a full U.S. withdrawal may serve as the impetus for new solutions to Washington's military quagmire in the Middle East. Mark Episcopos, National Interest. America's presence is counterproductive to its strategic goals. It has to be said, but seldom is, Iran has enjoyed far more strategic success in the Middle East since the beginning of the global war on terror than the United States, and those gains have come at a considerably lower cost in blood and money than what the American people have borne for their troubles. James A. Warren, Daily Beast. Keeping troops in Iraq leads to violence. If there is a lesson to be learned in Baghdad, it is that useless suffering is not a byproduct of war but the essential nature of the thing. Violence begets violence, and however noble the reason for invasion, bombing or Reaper drone strike, the effect will be ruinous, destroyed infrastructure, economic devastation, graft, corruption and chaos. Sam Thielman, NBC News. Staying if ordered to leave would be illegal. If neither side backs down, we're facing a situation where U.S. troops remain in Iraq without the Iraqi government's permission. That's unknown territory for the U.S.-Iraq relationship, and it could be interpreted as an act of aggression under international law. Joshua Keating, Slate. An attack on American troops could lead to war with Iran. The United States should remove its forces from Iraq and begin exiting the broader region. As the events of the last region are not accomplishing anything useful but are enough to pull the United States into another needless war. Benjamin H. Friedman, USA Today. The U.S. needs to accept that its mission in Iraq has failed. So 17 years, trillions of American dollars, more than 35,000 Americans killed or wounded, you probably know one, and this is what we get at the end in return, another Iranian proxy state that hates us. ... And yet suddenly there may be an upside to all of this sadness, and it's this: we can go now. Iraq's democratically elected government has asked us to leave, and we should leave immediately. Send your suggestions to the 360@yahoonews.com. Read more. 360s. What drove Harry and Meghan away from the royal family? Does the impeachment trial need a boy with drugs strapped to his body? Fox News 3 hours ago. A 14-year-old Mexican teen was caught at a U.S.-Mexico border checkpoint. Authorities said the boy was with 2 other minors and 1 adult. U.S. Customs and Border Protection said when he approached the state Route 94 checkpoint in Jamul, east of San Diego, Monday night. As border agents questioned the group, who were in a 2006 Volkswagen Jetta, a drug-sniffing canine alerted the agent. The group was moved to another area for a secondary inspection. They were searched and the packages of drugs were found on the teen's waistline, a news release said. Another 49 plastic-wrapped packages were found in 3 backpacks inside the car. In total, agents discovered 54 pounds of drugs worth an estimated $102,000. Authorities arrested the 14-year-old and a 16-year-old, both Mexican nationals. The driver, a 34-year-old man, and another 16-year-old, both American citizens, were also taken into custody. Agents in the San Diego sector have seized $42 million worth of methamphetamine since October. 1. Article 138 of 138. Life in a troubled Mississippi prison, captured on smuggled phones. An image provided by an inmate at the Mississippi State Penitentiary, who says it shows the clothing of a fellow inmate who was hit by non-lethal ammunition. The New York Times. More. Atlanta, the cell phone rang once, he said. Then, in a steady voice that competed against a cacophony of rowdy conversations and a fuzzy signal, he urgently described to a complete stranger the turmoil he said existed on the inside. Some inmates needed medical attention, he said. All of them could use a hot shower. Mold everywhere, rats everywhere, said the inmate, who was serving time for armed robbery, aggravated assault and other charges. Then the line suddenly fell silent. When the inmate returned a moment later, he explained that an officer had walked past and that he had needed to quickly stash his phone. He had paid $600 for the smartphone, contraband in prisons nationwide. If caught with it, years could be tacked onto his already lengthy sentence. He then handed the phone to another inmate. They're treating us like animals, that inmate said, before passing the phone on yet again. And so it went from one prisoner to the next, in a phone call with a reporter that stretched on for roughly an hour. The inmates complained about unreliable electricity and water, injuries that had not healed, and the vermin that forced them to hang leftover food from the ceiling. One inmate mentioned his girlfriend, another, the countdown to his release, now almost a month away. The meandering conversation was punctuated by lulls, as the phone was hidden or passed around, capturing the ambient noise of life inside the maximum security prison. Parkman, the oldest prison in Mississippi, with a notorious reputation for harsh conditions, has descended into dilapidation and chaos, including a recent burst of violence that left several inmates dead. Inmates have used illegal cell phones to capture and transmit images, inmates fighting, broken toilets, holes in prison walls, dangling wires and dead rodents caught in sticky traps that have come to define the crisis in Mississippi. Many photos were texted to the New York Times. Across the country, prisons are rife with smuggled cell phones, allowing inmates access to the internet, social media and their old lives outside the prison walls. But state officials said the phones have been used by inmates to propel unrest, and by gangs to orchestrate attacks on rivals, inside and outside of prison. Officials said the pervasiveness of cell phones, nearly 12,000 were seized in Mississippi in 2018, has threatened prison security. And, by providing an uncontrolled link to the outside world, they also have undermined the very notion of incarceration. There is a lot of misinformation fanning the flames of fear in the community at large, especially on social media, Felicia E. Hall, the state corrections commissioner, said in a recent statement. Cell phones are contraband and have been instrumental in escalating the violence. Gang warfare, decrepit accommodations and a severe shortage of corrections officers has attracted widespread attention and come to dominate the state's political.
This must be Highway 116 here.
And others say the problems are long-standing, but they credit the images with igniting a surge of outrage. The story never really would have broke without cell phones, said Honey D. Atesh, whose son is serving a 15-year sentence at the state prison in Wilkinson County. We can hear all about it, she said, but actually seeing it, it's times 100. It has been nearly impossible for corrections officials to curb the use of cell phones, as they have been difficult to ferret out. As fast as you take them out, they're back in, said Martin F. Horn, a former top corrections official in New York City and Pennsylvania, who teaches at the John Jay College of Criminal Justice. It sort of defeats the purpose of a prison wall, if you will, Horn said. In recent years, an inmate on death row in Texas used a smuggled phone to make threatening phone calls to a state senator. After an hours-long riot killed 7 prisoners at a state prison in South Carolina, officials there blamed phones as a reason for the violence. Even Charles Manson, the closely guarded notorious mass killer who died in 2017, was repeatedly caught with phones. In Mississippi, inmates, their relatives and activists said that phones are often brought in by corrections officers and case managers, and the devices, usually pay-as-you-go burner phones, can cost upward of $300 inside. Elsewhere, visitors have sneaked them in, and there have been documented cases of phones being shot over prison fences with potato guns and deposited by drones. State officials in Mississippi have resorted to a range of measures, including seeking court orders to get service providers to shut down specific devices. In a statement, the Mississippi Department of Corrections said that it also used technology to interrupt cellular signals, regularly conducted shakedowns and used dogs to sniff out the devices. Mississippi's prisons have been rocked by an outbreak of violence and disorder in recent weeks. 5 inmates have been killed, including 3 at Parkman, and many others have been injured. In the chaos, 2 inmates escaped but were later caught. For several days, all of the prisons were locked down. Critics said the unrest reflected a pattern of problems in state prisons, which are stretched thin under the weight of an inmate population still swollen from the tough-on-crime measures of the 1980s and 1990s. Some elected officials and civil rights groups, in a complaint calling for a federal investigation, described extreme staff vacancies despite having the 3rd highest incarceration rate in the country. State leaders have acknowledged the severity of the concerns, and corrections officials have warned of a brewing crisis as they press lawmakers for more funding. On Monday, Hall, the corrections commissioner, issued a statement reiterating concerns over Unit 29 at Parkman, quoting a letter she had sent in August describing a facility that was unsafe for staff and inmates due to age and general deterioration. As the violence flared, inmates broadcast live on Facebook as fires raged inside one prison. They posted images of faucets spewing discolored water, and walls splotched with mold. Those images catapulted the crisis into public, coming at a pivotal moment as a new legislative session begins in Gov. Tate Reeves, a Republican, was sworn in on Tuesday. Officials and others have said that much of the unrest has quieted. The State Department of Corrections has lifted lockdowns at all of its facilities except for Parkman. But the recent turmoil has brought new scrutiny, including from the rappers Jay-Z and Yo Gotti, who filed a lawsuit on Tuesday on behalf of prisoners, assailing what they described as an utter disregard for inmates and their rights. State officials have countered that the depictions shared on social media only added to the discord. The outgoing governor, Phil Bryant, told reporters recently that the inmates craved limelight. "You're making them stars," he said, "and they're convicts." Albert Sykes, an activist on criminal justice issues, said many inmates feared repercussions over cell phones, a lifeline for staying in touch with families, especially as rolling lockdowns caused by staffing shortages have curtailed visitation. The inmates' fears have been fueled by the case of Willie Nash, who was sentenced to 12 years in prison for having a cell phone in a county jail. He was being held on a misdemeanor count when he asked a jailer if he could charge his phone's battery, an inquiry that led to the new charge. The sentence was upheld last week by the Mississippi Supreme Court, even as justices noted that it was obviously harsh and seems to demonstrate a failure of our criminal justice system. Atesh said that her son had expressed his own fear, but that she had encouraged him to be defiant. "You can't shut all of us up," she said, "and you can't take all the cell phones." In recent weeks, she has become something of a switchboard operator, receiving messages on Facebook from inmates across the state. One video that has been widely shared showed an inmate at Parkman, who spoke on the phone briefly the other day, with an open wound that he said he had received after being struck by what he thought was a rubber bullet. His back was covered in blood and he walked over to a sink, where he turned the knobs but no water came out. "Please try to help us," said the inmate, who was convicted on aggravated assault and gun possession charges. "Let the world know." He then passed the phone back to its owner. Its battery was draining, and the electricity had flickered out again. The inmate apologized for cutting the conversation short but said he needed to go. This article originally appeared in the New York Times. Copyright 2020 The New York Times Company. There are no more articles to read.
Hello. Yeah, I'm on my way up to. I'm about 25 or so miles out from Morris right now. That's where I'm gonna shut down. How about you? Oh, okay. Uh, yeah, I tried looking for you over when I was done getting the stuff I was getting over at Walmart, and I walked all over the store. I'm like, where'd he go? It's like maybe we already went back to the truck or something. So, oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, 'cause I came back to the truck and I saw your lights were on, or at least the exterior lights were on, and the curtains were still open. And then when I woke up this morning, I saw you had your curtains closed. I'm like, oh, well, I guess maybe he was still away from the truck. And because I, yeah, because I got my SD card, and then I got a couple little snack items myself, and then I walked around looking, trying to find you. I did like a whole like lap all the way around the whole store, and I'm like, where'd he go? Funny because I even looked over in the like where the cosmetics and body care stuff was at. Because I thought I remembered you saying something about needing like body wash or something like that. And yeah, so I went over to that side, and then went back up to the back, and I was like looking down every single aisle. I'm like, I don't know, I can't find them. So I was like, well, maybe you took off over to like dollar store or something, or I don't know. So I figured I'd maybe find you hanging out front or something. Oh man, that's funny. Yeah. You said getting the truck lubed like a PM. Oh. Oh, okay. Uh, oh, okay. But you're really talking about like your fifth wheel and axles and all that kind of stuff, or yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, question. Because I've heard people say the PM interval on those is actually like 75,000 or something. Is yeah, yeah. But well, but yeah, my question on that, because my truck, the recommended interval is 50,000, and since you have a pack R engine also, it's like I'm scratching my head at why the new Kenworths would be 70 or 75 as people are saying, and I got the same. I got an MX-13. It's 50,000 for mine. I'm not understanding why it'd be different. Okay. Yeah, which is it's fine. I was just more interested in why the recommended intervals were different. Uh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's not a lie. So I can't argue that. You got it. Yep, that's true. Uh, yeah, I'm down to less, I think less than 20 miles now to Morris. Or no, about 25 or something like that. I was, what was it? Like six or six something? I forget. It's almost 4 hours, almost 4 hours ago. So yeah, no, it would have been five something, but I thought it was after six. Uh, yeah, or actually, because I actually logged a little more pre-trip time than I really needed to before I actually started rolling. So I was busy doing other stuff, and um, yeah, I think I had about 5:30 left on my clock when I started, or when I first went on duty, and I'm at 1:40 now. So yeah, less than 4 hours ago was when I first went on duty. And this route here has been a little frustrating. I had an England driver. I was fine with a straight line speed overall, but there were spots where he'd slow down for no apparent reason. Like because I had my cruise control set at like 58 on this state highway that I'm on. And 1 minute he'd be doing like 60, 61, 62, whatever, pulling away from me, and the next thing you know, I'm gaining on him. And then even just at the curve that would come up that I didn't even have to slow down for, he kept slowing down and making me slow down. Just decided to. And now I got another truck right here in front of me. Well, the one already passed me. The one in front of him though is holding us both up going through a town. Otherwise, it's been pretty easy drive. Uh, oh yeah, I love Sunday drives. So that Friday, man, you wouldn't think that it'd be that late. And they sent me they sent me a pre-plan, about I don't know about 20 minutes ago, but I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. So I'm kind of guessing, kind of betting on a Wisconsin or something pickup, like Sargento and Plymouth or JBS and Green Bay or something. Have you done many loads up there in the Illinois? Oh, would have been. Yeah, I've not done too many up that way myself. I remember I had one go. Actually, I've had a couple going to Millard Cold Storage up there in Geneva, which is just north of Batavia. And one of them I ended up swapping off of because a friend of mine was running behind, running a little tight, actually really, really tight, but maybe, maybe it could have been due. Trains may exceed 80 miles an hour. Damn. Um, so we ended up swapping, and I took his load up to Janesville, Wisconsin. So you had one other, like one, but not long after I started with JCT that I delivered up there at Millard and Geneva. But yeah, I think I can still count on one hand how many times I've done loads in that general area since it's been the 2 years that I've been with JCT. Yeah. Yeah, that load that I gave you, in fact, that was probably I can probably still count on one hand how many times I've been to the East Coast, or to the Virginias or whatever Carolina area with us. Huh. Oh yeah, it's 10 a.m. That's why. That's right. It's 10 a.m. Central right now. Let's see, where am I now? Oh, I saw an interstate coming up, but I'm not really expecting one. I don't think I'm close enough to be at I-80 yet, and I don't remember there being a Love's off I-80 and this highway. Let's see, I'm already because I got on from I-74. What's between 74 and 80? Right. Oh, it's 55. Okay, I thought it might have been 55, but I wasn't sure. Okay, this is the lives that a friend of mine was telling me about then. Yeah, because someone was telling me about there being a lives right here where this highway and I-55 meet up. Said that way, and taking I guess 74 over to 55 would have been a faster route. Yeah, it helps to learn from other people who do live in the area. Because the person who told me out is from the Chicago area. North 55 alternate route. Follow 47 north of 80 east. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm gonna get dumped on tonight. I was looking at the weather forecast and it looked like there's several inches of snow it's supposed to come down in the Chicago region tonight. Yeah, yeah. So I probably bailed you out of a weather problem there. Probably not though, because I'm understanding that Kansas City I think might be getting some nasty stuff too. So I got one friend in Council Bluffs who said he was getting snowed on earlier, and then another one down in Springfield who was getting rain and freezing rain. Where you get unloaded or loaded by Sunday night? And hopefully today. Yeah, Hmm. Ah, okay. Yeah, I forgot to send in the trip sheet for the one that I gave you. But yeah, not too worried about it. It's only like 600 miles or something like that that's gonna pay, and um, I can, yeah, I'll get paid sooner or later anyway. Yeah, yeah, that should be all right though, because let's see, what today's the 17th. Yeah, I think I'll probably be all right. So what else? Uh, so that girl made that drink pretty good, huh? That was, uh, that always would make me worry if I have to tell the person how to make it. I kind of, oh God, are you gonna make it right? Because there are a lot of people who are in bartending who are not that well trained, and don't know how to make stuff right. That's good. Yeah, so yeah, 'cause I was telling you how I do Long Island's, and I've had Long Island's from other places before, and it's like, oh, I've had some that are nasty. Yeah, or yeah. I ended up getting well, my kids and family, I guess, call it the bartender. Of all things, as a gag gift for Christmas, when we had like a family Christmas party we always go to on Christmas Eve, and turned out somebody had put, it was one of the gag gifts, have you heard of a white elephant Christmas gift exchange? Okay, that's what we're doing. So, and it just whoever randomly grabs what, and it just so happened I ended up with, which I wasn't even playing. It was my kids, I think, who got it. It was this uh, this hard alcohol dispenser thing, where it puts like an ounce and a half. You can put like four different drinks on it, and it has the little measuring thing, the jigger thing, whatever they call it, at the bottom. And all you have to do is pull the valve up, and the fluid that's inside the little holding area dispenses into the cup. And that actually came in real handy because I just thought, I make Long Island's all the time, and this is great because it makes my job a lot easier when I'm making them. Yeah, that's what you're saying. It's not for everybody, but I make them pretty good, and I'm not even an iced tea drinker either. Yeah, I don't know. That goes back from my active duty days. I was, my an old girlfriend, her parents. I was always at their place, and we're always making Long Islands, Long Beaches. What are the things called? White Russians or something like that. Yeah, and then I think kamikazes. Yeah, those were pretty good. So it's Black Horse, yeah, 2 Black Horse trucks coming the other way. All right, man, sounds good. Have a good trip. Okay, bye bye. All right, down to 40 we go. I've got 227 miles down, so I'm about 10 to 15 miles out now from the TA at Morris. I'm in Mason or Mason, whatever, like a town of 1,100 people. Assuming that's the population, not the elevation. make a quick stop to Pilot on the way out of town because I got to go that direction anyway. I got 231 down, so should be closer to 10 miles out, even though Morris is 5 miles away. In other words, I expect that I'll go through the town of Morris before I get to I-80. Sticks like glue to the 55 limit, but again, I can handle that as long as the speed stays consistent. As long as I don't have to keep making adjustments for them, I'm okay. Let's see, 233 done, so in the ballpark of 5 miles out, maybe a hair more. Degrees here, definitely on the cool side. Yeah, you would think so. Again, that CR England truck wasn't sticking like glue to anything, except for the nose on my truck. Or not even then. It was just, dude couldn't make up his mind on anything. 700. Crossing over the Illinois River now. Decent sized river. Ronald Prohaka, what? Proshaka? Apparently somebody died there. Illinois Avenue, now on Washington Street. Okay, looks like I just got a quick glance at the pre-plan and picks up in Logansport, Indiana, the Tyson plant there. So I now know which direction I'll be going. I had a feeling there was a good possibility it was going to go that way because we do a lot of pickups out of this region from there. Let's see where it goes to though. Get the maintenance done on my truck while I'm home. So I'm hoping they don't have me delivering too late in the week because I need time to get my truck in the shop and get work done and not have to sit too long. I don't want to have to be sitting all over an entire weekend waiting for it. Maria's Ristorante. A lot of cars there. Must be a pretty popular place because parking lot's full. Exactly the right distance that I'm expecting it to be. 238 total is what Google told me earlier, and I'm coming up almost on 238 now, so it was exactly right on the miles. Morris Diner and Pancake House. Right there on the other side of the interstate. the street at the very next light after TA is where the pilot travel truck stop is. Don't think I'll be in the shower, so I don't really have a need to stop at Pilot. Take a quick look at this pre-plan. Picks up the 19th and it goes to Laredo. I was just talking about I've never been to Laredo since I've been with JCT. Even I used to go there a lot with CR England, but I've never once been there in 2 years with us. Original message because they sent it twice, but sometimes usually the first message doesn't get to my phone for some reason, so a lot of times I resend it and it goes through to my phone the second time. But usually the original one will show that it'll show something in the notes, usually from the planner or something, so I'm gonna have to inquire about that. We'll be loading on drop trailer. Be safe and thanks for all you do. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call Shay and ask her on that. They might not have anything from there, from this region going west. I don't mind if I get home a week late, because my main concern is just getting my truck maintenance done. That's it. It's not like I have a medical appointment or anything like that's getting affected by it. So, yeah, I'll talk to her in a second just to confirm what the game plan is. As long as I'm home during the week, and preferably not on a Thursday or Friday. I want to get home early in the week, so I can have time to, where if the shop needs to do more stuff on my truck, they don't have a weekend break to spend doing it before I can do anything with it. Charlie's Philly Steaks. It's our place restaurant is the one that everybody raves about. They have everyone always says the food is seriously really good. I'll probably park on the back end facing the interstate. The area where I usually do park here. Circle around. Basically, the row where that the Swift there is in front of me, that same row is usually where I park. Could also park in the spot right here in front of Swift, so. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's a paid spot, so why not? I'll go for that. I don't know, some of these are reserved. I can't tell if that one's reserved or not. I'll come around to the other side where I normally do park. Parking right here by Prime because he's a reefer unit. I don't know how long, he probably won't be here long enough for it to matter, but Towns were a little late getting where I wanted them to be, but never good here. Gonna watch the, yeah, I've been over here. Alright, get my Towns to the middle of the spot first, and then bring my drives back over. Damn it, burning up drive time and for nothing at all because your stupid ass can't keep up. Why is everyone hating on Swift? Them guys and girls are just trying to make a living too. You look that company up, they're safer than many other companies. I actually agree with you, Gaming with Warbucks. I even talked about it in one of the streams not too long ago, where I actually have the safer data on all the big companies on a spreadsheet, and I've been following it ever since before I even got my CDL. And you're absolutely right. Everyone makes fun of them because they're raw size. They used to have 26,000 trucks, and they used to have they had a very reputable, I would say, not the safest company in the world, but not by any stretch the worst either. And I remember their accident rate, basically what percentage of their entire fleet had been in an accident in the last 2 years was, if I remember right, about the 8.5% or so range. So, when they had 26,000 trucks, and 10% would be 2,600 trucks. Well, some of these other companies, like us, JCT, we only have 800 trucks. So they, Swift would have 3 times as many trucks and more than 3 times as many trucks involved in an accident than in our entire fleet size. CRST, they're accident prone, very, very accident prone. Their entire fleet size is only 1,100 or so trucks, or somewhere around there. So we're talking about 550 to 600 trucks or somewhere in that ballpark that, or no, not that many. I think 200 plus trucks that CRST has involved in accidents over the 2 years, because they're way up at like 20%. That's terrible. CRST's the second worst company out here with as far as accident stats are concerned. The worst was Western Express. The second worst was CRST, and then the third was now. Western Express are getting worse and worse. Okay, Western Express and CRST used to both be in around the 20% range. So about 1 out of every 5 trucks had been in an accident in the last 2 years. And Western Express got even worse. They're up. They went from 20% down all the way up to like 25. So they've gotten even worse over the last few years. CRST's kind of been hovering around that 20-21% range. Next worst were U.S. Express and CR England. They kind of play back and forth a little bit. They're both around 14%. And it's Swift. And now most of the more reputable companies that I have in there, I go at least as far as the mega companies, like JB Hunt, Schneider, Swift, and then some of the LTL companies and all that. I have a number of them in there. Not a huge number, but I do have them in there. And I'm probably going to post something on that so we can get more, maybe get people more interested in, hey, how does such and such company compare? Can you add that to your list or something? I'm going to be working on that. So, but yeah, he's actually right, because Swift, they used to only be about 8.5% of their trucks in accidents, which is actually about the range where most of the other reportable reputable companies were at. About maybe high sevens up into the low to mid nines is where most of the companies seem to be. And then the outliers are the guys who are like 10 and
Going back to the left there, flatbed.
10% and higher. So anyway, now Swift, their fleet size actually dropped from over 26,000 down to about 16,000 now. They had dropped when they merged with Knight. That's when they downsized. They went down to about 18,000 pretty quickly, and then they dropped down to like 17. And then the last time I looked, I think they were just a little over 16,000. What effect does that have, though? Okay, you have 2 years worth of accident data on their records. Most of this 2 years of accident data involves a fleet of 26,000 trucks, but their fleet size dropped. So now you have all these accidents that are still on the record, but the fleet size dropped. That makes them look even worse than they really are. If you had looked at that point in time when they had just finished, when they had just done their fleet size reduction, yeah, they would have looked bad. It would have been. They would have been like fifth worst, right? Just one better than U.S. Express, which is not good. However, with their fleet size, now it's stabilizing a little bit, and then now the 26,000 truck fleet accident kind of data is starting to roll off the back end of that. It's a rolling 2-year period, and now the accident stats from before, from pre-merger and still with the 26,000 fleet unit are starting to roll off the back end of that period. Now the numbers are starting to come back down, and they're back down to like 9.95%, I think is what I saw. And pretty sure once again, at least 2 years into the rear view window with when they did their fleet size reduction, you'll probably see their numbers actually come down into the, probably back into that 8.5 or maybe high 8s or something range that they used to be in. So he's absolutely right. Swift is not a dangerous company just because it's Swift. They just have a massive fleet size. Is all it was. So yeah. What else? I'll have to pull it up, but. I'll do a separate video on that so I can talk about what kind of story you got there, Jesse? San Bernardino yard's still about the same. Okay, so got a whole bunch of empties still sitting there, huh? And yeah, I think we had some the lot. When you first get into the guard shack, that other lot off to the left, that we sometimes even use for overflow for our empties. Yeah, that one was so stacked full also, with like container after container after container, not to mention other trailers. And because normally when you get in there, there's usually bobtails parked along the little sidewalk thing right there, but that you drive past before you get into that lot. And it was just stacked full of drop trailers. They didn't have any bobtail parking there. And when the alleyway that you drive through, when you get past the guard shack, there were containers dropped lengthwise through there too, along the fence. By the fence that separates the alley from the community center. And all right, 1,400-mile trip from Logansport to Laredo. Okay, let me talk to my DM real quick, because it's possible that the planner, Glenn, might have missed that detail on my notes or something. Or maybe there's just nothing available or something. And let me give my DM a call. If hopefully, she should still be in. I'm in Central Time. It's not 11 o'clock yet. I think she goes at noon anyway. I don't mind doing this load. It's just if there's nothing that can get me, if there's nothing that can get me home, then that's the way it is. But yeah, I just want to make sure it wasn't an oversight. Oh, I got put on hold. She knows I'm probably calling about the load. But He's a trainer with CRST, and yesterday morning I woke up in a river off 412 in Arkansas. Ooh. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, it's not even 11 o'clock yet. Snacks. Um, yeah, sounds like it. I just want to touch base to see what's going on with what the game plan is, because I noticed that Glenn gave me pre-plan for Logansport to Laredo, and I got home time I'm trying to get to. Okay, that's oh, okay. Um, okay, because I'm not totally rigid on being home that same this week. The only concern I really have is I want to be home during the weekdays. That way I can get whatever truck maintenance done while the dealer's actually open to do the work with. So if it comes down to it, like if there's a need to wait till next Monday or something to get me there, it's not a big deal. It's as long as I know what's going on with all this, it's all good. Okay, so yeah, I'll go ahead and accept this, and I guess yeah, just whatever happens, happens. I don't really care. You don't have to worry too much about swapping me. I just if it need be get me home the following Monday or something. It's all good. Okay, all right, thanks. Oh, that was kind of a dick move, dude. Trying to this guy's trying to fix his setup. The guy trying to back in right next to me is trying to fix his setup because his tandem's right on top of the line on my side of his spot, and the other guy's pulling out of the spot, going across this path that he needs to fix himself. Alright, so my buddy's a train. Alright, yeah, I saw that one. So close to Mexico. Yeah, I used to go to Laredo all the time. Okay, this one's going to Bespoke Logistics. I'm not familiar with that one. Maybe I have. I don't know. I'll just take a look at where that one's at. But yeah, I used to go down to Laredo all the time with Searing. So I know the area fairly well. Yeah, like I say, this will be the first for me as a JCT driver going down there, though, in almost 2 years with the company, so it's interesting. Okay, so why I'm not getting sent home? The reason why is because they just don't have any loads to pre-plan me that'll get me in that direction, so she had said that just go ahead and take this one, and then she said they'd work on getting me a swap to get me in that direction, but I told her, yeah, it's not a big deal. You don't, I mean, it's not like I have a medical appointment or dental appointment or something, super pressing, not like a specific time I need to be there for. So it's not a big deal if I end up taking an extra week to get there. This is like probably be the only time I've ever. It's only the second time I'll ever miss. I have missed getting home on time, and most times there were little situations that were beyond my control. The first time was my truck broke down, and I ended up in a shop in Little America, Wyoming, and I was at the time I was under load going to North Platte. I guess I can always. All right, so. That particular load, I was running from Washington over to North Platte, Nebraska, and I ended up in the shop because my differential pressure sensor for my DEF system took a dump on me, and basically my truck wouldn't regen, and I had to get that fixed. The load going to North Platte, they had already had me set up with another load out of either Lexington or Grand Island, Nebraska. I don't remember which one it was, but it was going back to California, and it would have gotten me home the same day I was wanting to be home. It would have been too late for my appointment, but at least it would have gotten me there. Like 2 new messages. All right, something else coming in then. All right, so that's the first time I ever missed home time when I planned to be home with these guys. Because like I said, we have so much freight going into California. For me, it's super, super, super easy to get home when I want to be home, or at least before on or before my expected date. For a lot of people, it's not so easy because we might not run so much freight into an area where they might live. So always something I've used for you guys here can help you out. Let's see what we got. Run, Scott, you'll get a lot of rest. Now, was you with Sierra England or CRST before? I was with Sierra England. Yeah, I've always done reefer, so yeah, but I've always seen CRST trucks all the time at same customers because we did a lot of XPO, Conway, FedEx, and UPS. So they didn't really start doing UPS until just after I went to the Walmart dedicated fleet. But they still do a lot of XPO loads, and that's what a lot of my freight was. So didn't even have to run the reefer, and they were higher. They were always dropping us on both ends, which was cool. So like you heard on the phone though, going back to that with the pre-plan, this will be the second time I'll miss home time when I asked to be there, because I think whatever the Tuesday is after Martin Luther King Day. Because today's the 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. So the 21st is when I was wanting to be home. However, and they already had me. They had something that was going to get me there, or possibly. But the problem was when I picked up the load out of Virginia, I ran a little too short on hours needed to take my own load to Harrisonville, which is why I just swapped it out last night or yesterday, whatever. So, had I not needed to swap out due to lack of available hours, I would have been delivering that load this evening in Harrisonville myself, and then would have been set up for probably tomorrow a reload in Olathe or Emporia or somewhere going back to California. So sometimes it happens, and I was only about maybe 15 minutes short of what I would have needed to be more comfortable with being able to handle the load myself. Because I only had 5:30 to work with. 5:30 to work with on my load, on my 70-hour clock, and I was projecting to needing about 5:45, and that's at the 60-mile-an-hour average pace. That's usually what I trip plan for. So and there are some loads where maybe because of traffic or weather or terrain and the weight of my load or whatever, they can impact my ability to run 60-mile-an-hour pace. Now keep in mind the 60-mile-an-hour pace also includes my off-duty, my on-duty, not driving time. So my pre-trip time, my post-trip time, my fuel time, and odds and ends like that, those factor into how much of my duty time I need. So if I expect to need about 5:45 in duty time to get from Mount Vernon to Harrisonville, and I only have about 5:30, that tells me I'm really iffy there. Because 350 miles an hour at my top speed of 70 miles an hour, that's 5 hours right there. Add in a 10-minute or so pre-trip, that's 5:10. So that would have only given me about 20 minutes of wiggle room there, and too much risk. I could have done it. But again, if I was really, really wanting to get home by a certain time, I would have. I probably could have done what some other drivers do here, and just go ahead and run when I can, and if I run out of time, then just PC the rest of the way. That's cheating. That's falsifying logs, but a lot of people do it. I don't have a really hardcore ulterior motive to do that, so it wasn't a big deal to me. And like I said, coming up this way, there was a chance I was going to get a meat patch, at least some chance I would get a meat patch load going that way regardless, so not a big deal. So I'll just get there when I get there. And it looks like she just put me on the repower monitor list. So let's see what for time off requests. If there are any questions or concerns, okay. So she's got me on the repower monitor for home time. And again, it's like it's not that big a deal. It's only 40 miles from here to Batavia. I get another good run from, between Deadhead and Loaded. It sounds like it'd be another 1,600 mile or so route, 1,600 plus. And then I don't know about out of Laredo though, because it's not. Oh yeah, actually Laredo would probably be a good place to reload because they can always deadhead me from there up to Seguin, Texas, which is about a half-hour drive east of San Antonio. And I know for sure they have loads out of there that go to California. So that would have been fine too. But if she's able to get me home before, by Tuesday, great. We'll see. So I'm not too concerned with it either way. Alright, Icon asked if I still code. I think, I don't know, I think you're asking me that. I don't know, you didn't specify whether you're asking me or somebody else. Bespoke log. I have some coding experience, but not a lot. I'm far from an expert. I mainly like to code stuff with my, okay, that's what I thought. I mainly like to just do, like formulas and stuff on Excel, but I have C++ experience. Not a lot of it, but I do have some of that knowledge, so I know the basics of how to do it. And I understand some of it, but I wouldn't ever call myself an expert in it. There were certain areas like arrays I always had some difficulty with, and in fact, with arrays, you can work with arrays in Microsoft Excel too, and I don't. I use a little more of a probably a little more CPU intensive way of doing formulas on Excel. Hey Scott, how the mountain around your house? Good question. I'll have to find out in a bit here. I know there was that winter weather warning for my area, as Brian David had posted a couple days ago. Yeah, I'm kind of curious too. How's it look down there in San Bernardino? Is it pretty? Is it rainy or? How cool is it and all that kind of stuff? Might give me some clues on what my part of the mountain's looking like. Grapevine has a lot of snow on it. Roads are open. Okay. Yeah. Take a look. Ow. All right. I'll take a quick look at the weather report from my area just for, because I'm kind of curious. This thing makes life so much better for me. This is a Samsung Galaxy Book 12, and it's basically a combination laptop and tablet in one. So it has its own internet, its own cellular connection. So I don't need to use Wi-Fi to hook up to my phone or to something else to get it onto the internet. And I have unlimited internet access, so or data access. So it's been a great tool for me. Great tool for me since I've had it. My wife bought it for me through her Verizon account. Maybe I don't know. Within the first 6 months of when I started with JCT. Okay, Victorville showing 42 and sunny right now on Weather Channel. So actually doesn't really sound like any problems on my side of the mountain. It's 42 and sunny. It's a kind of a typical winter day for my area. No clouds, and about 42 is actually kind of common too. It looks like it's supposed to be 55 and partly cloudy today. Clear skies at 29 tonight, and then tomorrow should be up to 60. So actually looking pretty decent overall up the hill. Let's take a look at the radar. You got any clouds or rain or clear skies or what over there in San Bernardino? Or I assume you're still down there in that area, right? Okay, I see some moisture coming up out of Tijuana and San Diego area. Looks fine though. Through most of. Look at the future real quick. Yeah, I don't see anything at all going on in that area. So let me just show you. Oh, come on, quit freezing up on me. All right, so weatherchannel.com. I use the app also on my phone, but I can't. So you're looking at that. I'm not seeing anything at all anywhere in California or even Arizona. Yeah, except for a little moisture coming up out of here in the San Diego and Tijuana area, and that's it. And then there was some snow and stuff I saw. Oh, okay. It's snow right now up in that area, a little bit, up in the northern Sierras, and then it goes away. See? Alright, so now I'm going to switch to Future 48 snowfall right down here. Come on. Alright, now let's... Okay, this is Future 48 snowfall. Looks like nothing at all going on. Looks like it'll be some good weather. Alright, so yeah, should be in good shape there for weather, at least for at least part of that trip, Jesse. And for anybody else who might be watching, they'll be going through anywhere in the west. So looks good. I should show you what I'm expecting though, because it's a different situation over here. Let's see, switch. Okay. Now look at that mess there. Okay, purple over here, that's a lot of snowfall. Okay, this will be by Saturday morning at 9. The purple, if I remember right, that's over here. So we're talking at least 6 to 10 inches of snow in the region now. Right there is Chicago. Okay, where I'm going to be delivering is Batavia, which is not far from Aurora. It's right up here. See, there's Batavia right there, just north of Aurora. And I am, let's see. Okay, I'm down here on I-80 in Morris. So we're expecting snow here in Morris. Yeah, even here, it's lighter snow. By tomorrow morning, and there's several inches of snow expected up here in the Batavia area, so it's going to be a little bit of a fun drive tomorrow between getting this load delivered and then trying to get to Logansport if they don't swap me out before that. Looks like most of it's going to, let's see when most of it comes though. Okay, this afternoon is when it looks like a lot of it's going to start. Because right here, it's, Friday, 9 a.m. Pacific time, which is right about now. Actually, right now is 9:02 Pacific. And it didn't go very far past. See, by 3:18, so within the next 6 hours.
Hold on, and they're just sitting there.
Always someone on the radio bitching. I hate to say it's usually you women doing it too. I hate to sound sexist, but half the time when I hear someone bitching about stuff like that, it's a female driver or just some guy who's, I mean, sometimes a guy who's PMSing and doesn't have the balls to just go, hey, get the hell out of here, man. Or go tell the damn, tell the fuel desk people or something. Not like they can do much, but sometimes people don't realize they're in a way. Good example, actually, of that. I was when I was in the Walmart fleet. I had done a delivery at the Sam's Club in Reno, the store there. That was one of my normal regulars, one of the places I would frequently go to. And okay, it was about 450-mile trip from Colton up to Reno, up by 395, and not really anywhere I'd get fuel, so I would have to go up back into Sparks to get fuel at the TA or Petro, and then we could then head back to Colton from there. But the Sam's Club is down off of Interstate 580, kind of over by the convention center and what's that, Atlantis, whatever the hell it was, casino, I forget the name of that damn place. South of what they call the Spaghetti Bowl, though, or where 395 or /580 and I-80 all meet up. That right there where 80 and 580 and 395 meet up is called the Spaghetti Bowl there. My store was south of there, about maybe about 5 or so miles, going back toward Colton. So it'd be about a 10-mile trip out of my way to go just to get fuel, so I could actually make it back to Colton. But I remember I was at the TA there, and I think it was before Swift. I think it was before Swift had taken over the Walmart account in Sparks, or McCarran, whatever you want to call it, the same DC that I just delivered to a week or two ago, whatever. Prior to that, though, Sierra England had that account, and I remember that they had it at the time. I ended up stopping there for a shower and all that. And I had noticed that one of the McCarran fleet guys, trucks had actually pulled into the fuel island, and they were parked up in the courtesy lane. And I noticed that they were there for a while, and there was a truck actually behind them that wanted to get out of there. He had finished getting his fuel, but he couldn't move because they were blocking him. And I knew who the drivers were. I didn't know their names, but I noticed them when they got out of the truck, so I knew who was in that truck. So, and I had went back into the store. I can't remember what I was doing. I think I was getting ready to hop in the shower or something. And I see them over in the, were they at Fuddruckers? Whatever that restaurant is there. I know they have, they have Fuddruckers. I keep wanting to say they have something else there too. But they were in there just sitting there like they're waiting on food or eating food or whatever. And so I ended up telling them, hey man, you guys know that you got a truck right behind you trying to get out of the fuel island and you guys are blocking them? Oh really? Like yeah, he's been sitting there waiting for you guys for at least for several minutes. So I was like, you guys might want to move your truck. So yeah, I ended up doing it. It's a common thing too, where people don't realize how long they're actually parked there. Time can go by pretty fast. So, and it was in the morning time, so there was really no excuse for that. Because the Reno store, they don't. We were not allowed to deliver there until 7 a.m. And there was usually an expectation that we'd be there right at 7 a.m. So I would make my delivery. Within about an hour I'd be done, so about 8 a.m. I worked my way over to the TA. So, it gives you kind of an idea on what time of day we were talking about here, about 8 to 9 a.m., somewhere on that ballpark. There's a ton of open spots there. There's just no excuse to be sitting in the fuel island if you're going to be doing anything more than just take a quick piss break, get a receipt or something if you need it, and maybe a quick drink and then get the hell out of there. If you're going to spend any longer than doing that, like if you're going to drop a deuce or something, go find a parking spot. Especially for those of you, a lot of you guys take at least a good 20 minutes to get in and out of that shitter. I don't know how it takes you guys that long, but it does. I don't get it. Because it doesn't take me anywhere near that long to take a shit most of the time for myself. Once I get in there, I'm ready. I don't know, but a lot of that goes on, and people get held up, and nobody likes it. Someone's 14 might be running down, and you might be completely screwing them over. So stay out of the fuel island unless you're only going to just be there for just a few minutes, or actually getting your fuel, and that's it. All right. All right. James says Scotty is on I-20 now, getting close to Louisiana. Hey Tom, now you show up at the very end of my feed, you jackass. Welcome. I guess better late than never. Yeah, I've already made it to the place I'm going to shut down at. I only have 55 minutes left on my 70-hour clock here, and there actually probably be a little bit closer to an hour when I fix my logs, because I logged a little more on duty time for my pre-trip than I really needed to this morning, because doing other stuff like trying to get that damn SD card in. Oh, which reminds me. So I don't have to go looking, having such a hard time finding the footage I want for that. And I never set to save the data for this backing that I did into this spot, and I want to make sure I have that. So that's something else I need to do too, is get some footage set up for that. Get another backing compilation video edited and posted for you guys. No, went for an afternoon nap. I bet you was watching Scotty. I got 2 computer. Okay. I thought maybe you're just jumping back and forth between me and him, because it's just 2 different tabs. You can do that with one computer and 2 tabs. That's what I do sometimes. Maybe I just take a quick glance at what Scotty's doing, and then maybe if Mish or somebody's online, or I got something else I want to look at, I'll have 2 different YouTube tabs open at the same time. And I can just kind of jump back and forth between tabs. It's not hard. Probably kind of hard when you got chit chat going on both channels, though. Yes, but it's all right. Let's cuddled up to a warm arse. Nice. Yeah, that's always good. Especially when it's me up against your warm earth. Just kidding. You'd probably fart anyway, and I probably wouldn't get any enjoyment out of it. Alright, so you gotta have some kind of sense of humor, guys. I'm not a homophobe by any stretch, but you just gotta have some fun here. You can't be too naive or modest or whatever, I guess, with me around. But all right, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the feed here. See what's going on here. I'm assuming I'll be delivering this load, but she put me on the repower list, so I don't know. Stranger things happen, so we'll see what goes on here. Right? You can't have such a dull life and actually enjoy it too. You gotta have some fun. You gotta have some comic relief people like Tom around. That's why Tom showed up, because we needed to end this on a more positive, on a funny note or something. Tom has to put a longer kilt on to cover his maggot. So, are you wearing the mini kilt today, Tom, or were you wearing the maxi? Tom is a joke on legs. Yeah, that's true. You can never take that guy seriously. It's not non-stop antics with him, isn't it? Naked. Yeah, baby. Go free balling. Alright, this load that I'm under right now delivers at 3 in the morning tomorrow, I think.
How come you got in there, say England, you fucking idiot?
What do you bet it's that same England truck that was in my way on Highway 47 too? Oh man, I missed the fun there apparently. Yeah, that sucks. Alright, so yeah, so 3 a.m. delivery. I'll probably be sitting in a dock door for a bit, and it'll be in the middle of the night again. May or may not stream because I might have some interesting routes. So yeah, as you know, I normally don't stream in the middle of the night, but this one, there's a possibility I could just because of what the roads might be like. It might, so those of you guys who might be awake or something might have an interest in that. Otherwise, I probably won't stream until I'm actually done with that delivery, and then it's time to go, if I do the delivery, assuming, then, and I do deadhead over to Logansport, I will plan on streaming that part. Alright, so we'll figure out what I guess stay alert, I guess. Might get something really late tonight, or might not happen until in the morning after I'm done with my delivery, okay? So watch out for you, keep an eye out for you guys then. I'll be just getting out of bed, yeah. Yo, geezer. Just kidding. Alright, guys. I'll see y'all tomorrow, okay? Or tonight or tomorrow, whatever the case might be. But welcome to, look forward to seeing you all again. See you guys.